We call on our paternal ancestors.
The African connection of yoga, and that we can actually break it down and demystify it.
It's a pretty deep question even from the beginning to even ask that one, because we're really talking about the brain.
We practice a vegan lifestyle, but it was considered vegetarian.
Kemetic legacy is part of their legacy, part of their ancestry, and that, the first scholars, the first writers, artists, mathematicians, scientists.
First 100 years of this third millennia is the century of a consciousness awakening to who we are.
Just wrap my mind around the reality of that statement as being very accurate.
We eat from the foods that the Creator has brought up through the earth, which is a vegetarian diet. And in this diet, and with this breath, we have the power to have physicals that are remarkable throughout our lives.
Are we live?
Oh,
looks like we're frozen.
So welcome. Oh, is it fine? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're frozen though.
Okay. Oh, well, I want to welcome everyone to our film screening and panel discussion for Ankh, the Science of Kemetic Yoga. I do apologize in advance because of this Wi-Fi. Yeah, the Wi-Fi is not strong, this African Wi-Fi. So I do apologize, sis. You can take the lead if you'd like. Is it still cutting me out?
No, I can hear you fine. You just are smiling like this, which is great. Like a photo.
Oh, that's great. All right, well, welcome, family. We are Hmt Ma'at. We are a grassroots cooperative focused on the upliftment, empowerment, and resurrection of people of African ascent. So it is our great pleasure as a cooperative to bring in this film, Ankh, and introduce you not only to the film itself, but also the creator, the director, and some of the esteemed features in the film who will be our panelists for our panel discussion today. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get started. So the first portion, we are going to stream the film. And after we stream the film, we are going to intermission, and then we'll begin the panel discussion. So go ahead, you can grab your popcorn or your pistachios and get ready for the film. Can you still hear me, Kai?
I hear you fine.
Okay, I'm hoping that y'all can hear me. If you are here with us live, just know that you can also contribute to the discussion.
And we'll go ahead and we'll start the movie now. Did we want to do a grades like started at 110? Just to give people time to get their bearings? We'll do that. We got 2 minutes, and then we'll press play.
Can you hear me? I'm not doing anything now.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Well, I'm going to start it in it's 1:08. We're going to start in 2 minutes. I can see you now. Oh, it just froze again. She's in Cabo Verde, okay? So what I'll do is in 2 minutes, we'll start. So 1:08 for the East Coast, that would be 4:10. And for the West Coast, that will be 1:10. So we got 1 more minute, and then we'll go ahead and start playing the wonderful movie, the Ankh. Okay? Got 1 minute, and then we'll start. And get it all set up for everyone.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Is it fine?
I can hear you.
I apologize. Did it cut out everything that I just said?
No, we heard you.
Well, welcome everyone. Oh, you heard me. Okay, great. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the film then.
Perfect. Yeah. I was giving everyone 1 minute. So it's 1:09. So we got like 30 seconds, and then we're going to press play. And so 4:10 is when we'll start officially, just to give people a moment to settle. And then we start on the 10 minute.
Okay. Okay, you got to share it back on the green.
Okay. Here it is.
Jubei, and it is my honor to open this portal of communication to bring forth this awesome production. We begin by pouring libation to soften the ground, to call forth the spiritual energies to join us on this day. We begin with calling in the one, the all, by any name you choose, divine source, the creator. We welcome all of the spiritual energies to join us today, all those that have our highest good in mind. We call on the Netaru, the Orisha, the archetypes. We call on the ascended masters from all the cultures all across the world. We call on the angels of 100% pure light across all time and space. And we call on our ancestors, those upon whose shoulders we stand. Please join me in calling out their names. We call out our maternal ancestors, call their names. Our mothers and grandmothers and great-grandmothers. We call on our aunts and our sisters and our nieces and our friends. We call on our sheroes, call them out. Call out their names so they can hear you and join us today. We call on our paternal ancestors, call them out. Our fathers and grandfathers and great-grandfathers. We call on our uncles and brothers and nephews and our heroes. We call out the names of all those known and unknown to come before us. For we are our ancestors and our ancestors are us. We call on the energies of the East. We call on the energies of the West. We call on the energies of the North and the South. We call on the energies from below, Mother Earth, asking her to bring up her energy from her crystal core to join us today. We call on the energy of the sun to shine down upon this production and stimulate our melanin as it continues to grow the essence of life. And we call on the energy from within. We ask for blessings for this production. We ask that this production travel far and wide, that it may fall on the masses, the hearts and minds of the masses, so that their ears may be open to hear, and their eyes may be sharpened to see the vision, and their minds open to new horizons, and their hearts warmed to take in the knowledge, embrace the truth. We give blessings to the producers of this production. We give blessings to all of the participants, the panelists, and to all those whose hands came together to bring this production to fruition. It is our time. As we come into this new time, this new age of Aquarius, this new cycle, we go back to the future, back to our ancient knowledge, back to our ancient knowledge. It is time. It's time for us all to rise. Mother Earth is rising, and she rises to her rightful place as a fifth dimensional planet. May we all rise with her. Rise from within. And with that, in the ancient tradition of Mother Africa, I would like to ask permission to officially begin the production. So to all the elders out there, may we have your permission to begin. And please join me in saying, Ashe, Ashe, Asheo. Sante Sana. We call on our paternal ancestors.
The African connection with yoga, and that we can actually break it down and demystify it.
That's a pretty deep question even from the beginning to even ask that one, you know, because we're really talking about the brain.
We practice a vegan lifestyle, but it was considered vegetarian.
Kemetic legacy is part of their legacy, part of their ancestry, and that, you know, the first scholars, the first writers, artists, mathematicians, scientists.
The first 100 years of this third millennia is the century of a consciousness awakening to who we are.
Just wrap my mind around the reality of that statement as being very accurate.
We eat from the foods that the Creator has brought up through the earth, which is a vegetarian diet. And in this diet, and with this breath, we have the power to have physicals that are remarkable throughout our lives.
It's time to live. It's time. It's time to live. It's time. It's time to live.
Chapter 1 deals with diet. We begin with diet so that we can do a better job at prolonging our lives and have a quality of life. We are all have one physical body, and it's limited in time. So in this chapter, this is our general reminder to strive to do better and eat better foods so we can live a good quality of life.
Well, the diet is very important. The way we look at the temple, the body temple, is that the body temple, it vibrates in three frequencies. The first frequency is electrical. Our nervous system is charged by the breath. The breath is an electrical generator. It generates power to our systems. The second is the chemical. The food we eat is a chemical science. And if we avert from there, if we don't stay the straight and narrow, then we start running to aberrations with our health, which now become health problems. So we eat from a natural perspective. We eat from the foods that the Creator has brought up through the earth, which is a vegetarian diet. And in this diet, and with this breath, we have the power to have physicals that are remarkable throughout our lives.
But yeah, all of the health concerns, the major health issues that we are challenged with in the Black community come from an improper perspective, you know, that we have regarding diet. You know, in our community, you know, we're put upon by, you know, diabetes, excessive weight gain, which creates all types of organ failure, you know, heart disease.
As I looked around me, I saw that all the elders in my family had really passed away, especially the men. When they got around, when they got into their late 40s, early 50s, they really passed away. And so I felt that I wanted to go into a new cycle. So I felt that doing yoga and eating the correct diet, a plant-based, vegetarian, vegan diet was going to give me longevity. So that's when I got into my 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s and 100s, that I would still be able to have the same level of youthfulness, or at least approximate the same level of youthfulness as I would have in my 20s and 30s.
And during that process, we did a fast. And that was the first time I'd ever fasted, where we learned to not fast in the traditional sense of not eating anything, but to be more intentional about what you're putting in your body and how your body is affected by it. So the first week, you're doing all raw foods, raw fruits and vegetables, nothing cooked, no processed items whatsoever, no starches, no dairy, nothing that's going to be heavy on the body. And then the next week, it's all juices, all vegetable juices. So nothing to chew on, which was kind of challenging initially. You know, you don't realize how used to chewing you are and how much you miss it. But I saw changes in my body that were amazing.
Pretty much the change happened when we went away to college, because, you know, you're now not just away from home, not eat whatever you want to eat, but you're also gaining knowledge about life, your body, and the world. And you start to understand about, well, what is a carnivore, or what is a herbivore, or well, what's the impact of the meat industry on the planet. And so all those changes have an impact in how you start to look at your own body and your own behavior. So I actually started to just be a vegetarian in like the latter years of college, after reading material that, you know, meat is dead meat, putting dead meat in your body, it putrefies, and it's not really helpful in the long run. So, you know, well, let me just start eating just vegetables and fruits and non-meat items.
The way we ate, we grew up vegetarian. I don't think the word vegan was around. I'm 40, so I don't ever remember hearing the word vegan until recent years. But we were vegetarian, and not that we ate cheese or eggs or drank milk or anything like that, but we practiced a vegan lifestyle, but it was considered vegetarian.
We can't see inside of our bodies, so that when we're eating and living off of a diet of fast foods, we can't see the development of the adipose, the fatty tissue, you know, that accumulates on the inside of the body and surrounds all of the organs, cutting off the oxygen that those organs need. And so, you know, we begin to literally deteriorate from the inside. And that eventually moves, you know, to an outward expression of that state of deterioration.
When I couldn't breathe, I had a cold. I was about 19. I went to the doctor. He said, you have sarcoidosis. Between 30 and 50, we're going to die. We're going to die from it. So he said, you'll be dead between 30 and 50. Anyway, that put me on my journey. I needed to know how to heal myself. So that's where Know Thyself, Heal Thyself took off from, because I needed to know how to get this power, this breath back. that took me into changing my diet because I did smoke cigarettes. I quit immediately. I got with some people who were vegetarians. I had my first vegetarian meal. I said, I can do this. I started completely eliminating everything else, going to the market, buying boxes of oranges and apples and grapes and greens and eating salads and juicing my fruits, juices. I became all the way organic. My breath came back. And when my breath came back, I said, that was the electrical. I got my electrical back. Now I need to master my mechanical. So these friends of mine who were vegetarians, they was telling me about the yoga. I was like, I need to check that.
I got started in yoga as an extension of my interest in gaining a renewed level of health and wellness. From the time I was growing up in the projects in Chicago, from the age of about 6 until the age of 21, actually, I had like headaches every day, stomach aches every day. I was, even though I played sports and was athletic, I was sick on an internal level.
A good friend of mine came to visit me in DC. I was in school there at the time. And he came down, spent a little bit of time with me, a brother by the name of Silas Ashley. And Silas was talking about some changes he had made in his diet. And I said, what kind of changes? And he said, well, you know, I stopped eating meat. I said, really? I said, you stopped eating meat? I said, why? He said, because it's just not that healthy for you. And when he said that, it resonated. And it hit a place in me that allowed me to just wrap my mind around the reality of that statement as being very accurate.
And so when I turned 21, I decided that I was going to adopt a vegetarian or a vegan diet. And the benefits not only for myself, but for other people. So that motivated me to keep wanting to, to pursue it.
I lost a lot of weight. I was already very small at that time, but I lost more weight. I had severe acne at the time, and my skin cleared up incredibly. I could breathe better. You know, you didn't have the dairy on your system. It wasn't hard to be able to breathe. And I just felt like I had more energy. So it made sense. You know, it was part of the initiatory process to learn about diet and the importance of diet.
So, you know what, let me just start eating just vegetables and fruits and non-meat items. But then it's like, well, start losing weight. And so you got to put all that into place about, well, you need protein. So where you getting the protein from? So all that back and forth. But then it really came to realization that, you know, you can eat well, stay fit, and die anyway. So now it's a matter of what you put in your body to stay healthy. So now it's just being cognizant of the food items. So don't really eat red meat, just again, poultry and fish if there is meat. And then try to emphasize the pigmented foods, again, even with the vegetables, the kale, collard greens, and on the level of beans in terms of from navy beans to kidney beans, black beans, and just eating food items that have pigments is very important. Okay, today I eat cantaloupe. I like asparagus. So I know beets was a item that beets wouldn't even think about that. But beets has nitric oxide, and it's a whole lot of medicinal properties help out with the cardiovascular system. So you know what? Beets are pretty good. And so you think about beets and the pigments that are in beets. You know, I've written books on melanin, and my whole issue is that pigment power. Without pigments in your food items, you really don't have what your body needs.
It's hard when you take a different path from everyone else. You know, they see you and they think that you are odd, or they wonder what you're doing and why. And so it made sense. You know, it was part of the initiatory process to learn about diet and the importance of diet. You know, the Kemetic priests, when they practiced 3 to 4 months out of the year, they didn't consume any meat whatsoever. It was all a vegetarian diet. So at that time, I remember saying I need to modify how I eat. So I completely gave up red meat and pork, you know, cold turkey, for lack of a better term. And it wasn't that hard, you know. So since then, I've limited most of the meat that I eat. I'm not vegetarian or vegan, but I do eat a lot less meat, and I am eating more vegetarian foods. My husband's vegetarian, so we end up eating a lot of the same foods.
As children, you want to do what everybody else is doing. You know, you're clear of who you are, what you're doing. You're on your path to, success. You're following what your parents teach you or tell you, but everybody else is doing something different. Learned a little bit more about other eating habits, and quite frankly, it helped me because most of our family would eat meat and things like that. I specialize in vegan vegetarian, but I also infuse West Indian, West African styles of cooking into my catering. So even though my father would prefer for us to be completely vegan, it actually helped me to learn more about nutrition. It helped me to learn more about food and how to create a healthy, nutritious meal. That's my goal, to give people options, to still have wonderful taste, that comfort food, that soul food, that's something that speaks to you, but do it in a way that's not going to hurt you in the long run.
But yeah, because whenever you sit down at the dinner table, especially like around holidays, and the family and friends who have gathered to celebrate whatever the holiday is, and you're not partaking, of the food, and you've made your own little dishes on the side, it's offensive to them, and I get that. I get that, because that's not an area that they exist in, and so it's not a reality they've embraced, and so it brings up fear, and in that fear, is pushback. I do a few grains. Most of the grains that I do, millet, quinoa. But outside of that, it's mostly vegetables and fruits. And so you find a lot of individuals who have stopped eating meat, but then they go back. And the reason that they go back is because they didn't wean themselves off of it. And that's what I did. So I stopped eating all red meat first, and then I continued to ingest chicken and fish. I did that for a year. Then I removed the chicken and just ate fish. Did that for a year, and then I removed the fish. And I find that when you wean yourself off of flesh, you don't have that desire to go back to it in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
You will rise again. You will rise. You will rise again. You will rise up and up and up.
Chapter 2 in the documentary focuses on Kemetic history. Our history has been altered in a way that we don't have the correct narrative for ourselves. So it is imperative for us to take the responsibility of seeking out our scholars, reading their books, and learning our history so that we can better ourselves, teach our children, and live proper lives.
So our people have not had the opportunity to really connect with their ancestry the way they should. We've been trained to believe everything about our history started with enslavement. Everything about us is terrible and bad, and we're the downtrodden victims of society, and that infiltrates our thought process. And unfortunately, it hits our children the most. They go to school, no one's telling them the greatness of their ancestors. No one's telling them their connection to the continent. And the more we do this, the less people want to associate themselves with the African continent. The more I hear children say, I'm not African. I don't want to be associated with that. I don't want to have nappy hair or big lips or any of those things. And, they've been trained to believe that. And then they grow into adults who still believe that and don't want to wear their hair the way it grows out of their heads, or they want to do the nose jobs, or they want to lighten their skin. And this is all the effects of being told that you didn't accomplish anything and that you were no more than a slave.
Sheikh Anta Diop has passed away, but during the 1960s, he was the great scholar who went to battle against the mainstream Egyptology scholarly community and demonstrated conclusively that the ancient Egyptian people were Black people and that ancient Egypt was an African civilization. There was always this narrative among Western scholars that ancient Egypt was founded by white people or Europeans or Arabs or somebody who was non-African.
So history is certainly a weapon. It can be used to what? Kill. It can also be a weapon to what? Change. And for us as a people right now, for those who had their history kind of altered over the years, it's now up to us to tell our own story. Because if you think about trying to control a person, how can you control a person when that person knows who they are? So history then is rewritten and manipulated so that that person doesn't know who they are, therefore you can control them. Think about the whole experience of the slavery or the enslavement process. I mean, it was a lot of work to put a chain and a rope and beat somebody down, and that's a lot of work to keep doing that. But once you get the mind, you don't need to do that anymore. And so rewriting history is one way of getting the mind occupied for control.
The spiritual fabric has eroded. It's not present. And because of that, you know, the level of consciousness that exists is very dark. It's very dark. And those who are in power, their game is to perpetuate this darkness by any means necessary, because it is in their general interest, their best interest, to maintain the current storyline that many have called, you know, his story. And it's their story, and they have completely eradicated all of what has come before to create this storyline. Even Napoleon made the statement, and this is a famous statement that was made by Napoleon to one of his generals when he said that history is just a group of lies that have been agreed upon.
And even the first Constitution of the United States had that a slave was only 3/5 of a person. So this was consistent with our thinking that Black people were non-human. They were 3/5 of their perception of what was human, the measure being the white male, if you will. And yet the genome has flipped our whole superficial knowledge of life around and shows us that humanity is rooted in Africa.
And so Sheikh Anta Diop, he showed using DNA, language, archaeological evidence, anthropological evidence, the hair samples from ancient Egypt. He showed that this culture was not only was it Black, but it was African, and that the people of ancient Egypt moved from the southern part of Africa and traveled up the Nile River, which is properly called the Hapi, and settled into the land which is now called Egypt, that we call Kemet, and founded that civilization that created the pyramids and created science and technology and philosophy and religion.
I was born Iyabo Kia Ranika Atan Hotep Lawrence. So of course, most people's like, what is that? You know, I got teased a lot for being different, but my father would always make sure that we knew who we were. And we never could be ashamed for being African, you know. We stood in our power. We stood in our truth. He always elevated us by teaching us about spirituality, teaching us about the breath, teaching us different poses and postures that will help us just live, just to be happy, just to be free. And that stuck with us, all of us.
We did have an understanding that things like philosophy, that is normally attributed to the Greeks, actually had its origin in Kemet. We had an understanding that mathematics, which is normally attributed to the Greeks and other people, had their origins in Kemet. We had an understanding that everything that we call civilization, from agriculture to science and technology, astronomy, astrology, all of these sciences had their origins in ancient Africa.
And inspired, spiritually driven people, which is one of the things that when you get away from these types of sciences, that, you know, that element, that aspect of your being begins to suffer, begins to atrophy. And in that spiritual atrophy, you know, you begin to lose a holistic sense of self that makes you more functional and holistic in terms of, you know, how you deal with your everyday endeavors. And it makes you more susceptible, you know, to being manipulated, you know, by those individuals that don't have your best interests at heart, as well as culture, you know, that doesn't have your best interests at heart.
When you relearn history and you realize that you came from a resource-rich, history-rich birth of civilization known as the continent of Africa, it changes your lens. But most people don't want you to know that. You know, we are still fighting for people to recognize that Kemet was a Black nation, that Kemet is physically located in Africa.
Black people are saying, we need to change this. And we also need to conform to what works for us, because these systems that we're adapted to don't really work for us. So I think more specifically during the 2020 era, we had a big shift in people wanting to come closer into their power, wanting to know more about who they are, who their ancestors are, where they come from, how they show up in the world, and why things are the way that they are.
We have had in the past, through our ancient traditions, the principles of Ma'at, M-A-A-T, dealing with truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, balance, which means you're now focused on something to do the right thing. Okay, there's a guide right there. You know, people say with Christianity, you got the 10 commandments. So that's only 10 of the, 42. So we had some much more detailed ways of looking at the world and living righteously in the past. So most of the time when you talk to people, it's on a negative pole, something that's negative and something bad. It really takes effort to talk about the good. So we should be eliminating the negatives, accentuating the positives. It seems like, though, that's the hardest thing to do. And so in that context of us being people in general and the negativity that just pervades the planet, somebody thrives off of that. And the people who thrive off the negativity are the people who may be trying to control you. So it becomes very important for us to try not to be disconnected from going backwards in terms of doing the wrong thing, but to be focused on always thinking about principles of Ma'at. Well, how many people we talk about that? We got something called Kwanzaa. We got 7 principles of Kwanzaa. How many people follow that? So we have foundations, but you have to follow it.
If our children really knew what they were capable of, and the fact that this Kemetic legacy is part of their legacy, part of their ancestry, and that, you know, the first scholars, the first writers, artists, mathematicians, scientists, musicians, engineers, architects, they all came out of Kemet. They all came out of Africa. Africa was flourishing in many different ways. And all of what we know today, we got from there. But society doesn't want to acknowledge that. The mainstream never wants you to know that, because once you know your power and what you're capable of, they can't control you any longer. So when we look at how they've manipulated history, and, you know, even they won't say Kemet, they'll say Egypt. That was the Greeks that took that name. That's not the actual name, but if they use Kemet, it's too close to the African language. It's too close to what it was. They even say, well, the word Kemet itself only represented the soil, the fertility of the soil, the black nature of the soil, had nothing to do with the people. So don't say that Kemet is about the black land or the black people, it's about the black soil. And as I mentioned earlier with language, the Kemites would have said it meant both. You know, they weren't a linear people. There are multiple meanings for everything. So they would have said, yes, we named it because of the beautiful, fertile, rich soil that allowed us to have life. But we also named it after the people who were dark, because they were closest to the sun, because they had a connection with Ra, the divine force of all energy. Europeans don't want you to make that connection. They don't want you to know that this is African history. I mean, we're in the middle of Black History Month, and they don't even know what that means. Like, I look at TV and I see what they are talking about, and they reference Black history. They're talking about the few things we're doing now. That's not history. They don't know what our history is, so they can't teach it. They can't share it. It's really up to us to go back and do the reading and to learn it and to fight to reclaim our legacy and to make sure that people respect it, acknowledge it, and use it to empower ourselves again.
Today, I'd like to dance the spectrum and say my Black prayer in the sunshine. In spiritual celebration and without kneeling, I know my God can hear me. Bathe me in sunshine and sing my melanin song. I am Black today and grateful, for this is no small blessing. I have a promise to keep, a harvest to reap, an entire world to beautify. There is nothing here beyond my grasp, no depths below my reach. The stars before earth sang my song and have given a world to teach. Today I dance for all things spiritual within my soul divine.
Chapter 3 focuses on our spiritual and physical self. The phrase, know thyself. That's something that we will strive to do until the day we take our last breath. We should always be evolving. In chapter 3, we are embracing the fact that the power of the word, the way we speak, and the way we think, it helps to create our realities. So in this chapter, we are reminded of that.
We teach that we have a physical body, which is composed of various organs and systems and muscles and bones and so on and so forth. And we also have an energy body. And that energy body is composed of its own set of organs and systems. So those energy body is non-physical. You can't see it on an X-ray or MRI, but we know that this energy body is very powerful. In fact, the physical body is an extension of this energy body. And so the physical body only exists as a consequence of the energy body. And so that means that when a person becomes ill, that's because of the fact that there was a blockage in the flow of energy in the energy body, in the subtle body, the spirit body, that resulted over time into a physical ailment that we would put a name on, like heart disease or cancer or a tumor or whatever it is, but all illness, whether it's physical or psychological, psycho-emotional, is a result of a blockage in the flow of that life force, a blockage in the flow of this energy. And so when we practice yoga, our intention is to allow energy to flow, to unblock the energy. And we know things like negative thoughts, stress, also cause blockage in the energy.
You're going to believe what your parents told you, or you're going to believe what you see, your experience is what are you going to believe because what you believe is then quality to this creative machinery you have. The machinery is designed and operated to manifest what you believe.
We have an understanding that there are two opposite forces, two primary opposite forces that operate in the body. They're the same two primary opposite forces that operate in the universe or operate in the earth. We call it electric and magnetic. You can use the terms yin and yang. You can use the terms masculine and feminine. But our attempt is always to be balanced between those two energies.
When you're supposed to be in alignment with your destiny, if you're not getting there at the time, we all have an expiration date. And we all have a destiny that was chosen from us from the beginning of time. And time was when we, our own selves, decided that these parents are going to be our family, that this is the life that I'm going to live.
Melanin come out there as you heat it up, that same pigment is the same organizing kind of molecule that's internally in your body. So it becomes a tremendous substance that is very important for keeping our bodies in tune with the universe. You got something called dark matter in the universe. It organizes what the planets and how the whole structure of our cosmos is together. There's something called dark energy that kind of makes the universe expands, getting bigger and bigger as we grow. But the dark matter, just like in our body, it's an organizing molecule.
For a long time, we've been in a shift, a major shift. And as we experience it, solar eclipses, we experience all these different things that's happening in and around us. We're not really clear that these things are affecting us, affecting our DNA, affecting the way that we think, the way that we move, the way that we connect to spirit. We know that something is happening, but we don't necessarily know how to identify it.
Know thyself is the matrix. Once you go into self-exploration, that is knowing yourself. And the more you get into self-exploration, the more you involve yourself in self-cultivation practices, then the deeper and more profound unveiling of that which is you becomes obvious and evident to your consciousness, your conscious mind. And then you go in and you look at what needs to be shifted, manipulated, eradicated, expanded. You have a much greater perception of what constitutes you as a being.
Know thyself is a phrase that represents the understanding that this is the temple. The Creator gave us this temple, and we have to know how to ignite the power within it, maintain the power, sustain the power, and multiply that power.
Some of those temples above, it says, of the doorways, know thyself. So in that context, it's about who are you? We can fast forward that to psychiatry today and African scholars, people like, Frantz Fanon, because asking the question, who am I? Am I really who I am? Am I all I ought to be? So in the context of knowing thyself, you don't know who you are. You're pretty much walking around as nothing.
We all have our gifts. We all have our powers and our strengths. We, don't know where that comes from or look in other places to get the answers that can't give us the answers because it doesn't coordinate with who we are and where we come from, why things look like this, I feel good. I want to, I'm spiritual. I'm happy. I'm religious. I'm not religious. And I think that's the other part of it too. A lot of people choose religion over spirituality and don't really know that you have a spirit inside of you that is what works with you. That's how you're connected to those other sources, those other realms that keep you. Your ancestors are the spirit guides.
that no problem can be solved at the level of consciousness in which it occurs. And this speaks to an ongoing demand for us to always develop and expand ourselves, to always be growing. And in that growth process, we're always ahead of the game, whatever the three-dimensional game may be. We're ahead of it and we can figure it out.
I mean, just think about the reality. What are we here for? Are we here just to be by ourselves in some little corner? No, we should be here to serve people. We should be here to be in a context where we're living amongst people, not isolated by ourselves. So knowing thyself puts you in the concept of knowing your position on this planet. So once you know your position, now you can have an impact on what? Changing the world.
Most people don't understand how the body works, even on a physical level. Most people can't even name or show you on their body where their liver is, where their kidneys are, where their pancreas is. And so we don't even know basic anatomy, let alone spiritual anatomy. So spiritual anatomy is like, where are the chakras? Where are the energy channels, the channels, the meridians through which energy and life force moves in the body?
If you don't know yourself, guess what? You're now being manipulated. Someone else telling you what to do. That's why the whole philosophy of understanding who we are by eating the right foods, keeping the right mental balance in terms of our thoughts. When you don't do that, you're never going to know yourself. That's why the media becomes very, very integral in terms of destroying us, because the media is what outside input. Ears, eyes, you're seeing all that. That means you're tuning out of self. You need to turn the TV off, turn that radio off, focus on self. So when you tune into self, guess what? Reach a higher stage of consciousness.
Sometimes people tell me, well, I want to do what you're doing, but you got to do what you're supposed to do. Each individual person has to sort of realize, like, what is their mission? What is your spirit guides telling you? That's what I discovered. I have these spirit guides and they communicate with me. When they communicate with me, I listen to them. When my ancestors speak to me, I listen to what they tell me. That's something that many of us don't have that trust in, that we don't even trust our intuition. We don't trust the information, the messages that we're receiving from the other side. And that we have to learn how to trust. We have to learn how to trust that and to follow that and to create our own path, because we all came here for a purpose, and we're to discover what is our purpose. Self-actualization, actually putting into action that which we know. So you have to know what is your true nature. So you come into the world, you got to know what your true nature is, that you have this power, and then you got to put that power into action and actualize it and create the life that you're supposed to have. And so that's what we try to do.
Words have power, and I'm sure people have heard that term, but really don't know what that means. When you speak something into existence, there's an energy that makes it be, and I didn't learn that until early adulthood. That the more you say certain things, the more you're manifesting it, or we're manifesting it. I wanted somebody who can be on a journey with me, and I had to say it. It wasn't enough to keep it hidden inside of me. Whenever I spoke to people, I would say, this is what I want. This is who I'm expecting. This is what I want to manifest for myself. And then I realized you can have all you want as long as you're ready to accept it, you're ready to receive it, and you continue to prepare yourself for it. Words do have power. You have to be very intentional about what you say. Even when you wake up in the morning, be grateful you woke up. I think most times people wake up and the first thing they say is, I'm tired. All day long, I'm tired. You hear it all day. It's become second nature. And then people wonder why they're tired all the time. If you tried to turn that around and say, I am energized. I feel wonderful. The sun is bright. It's beautiful. I'm feeling good. I have another day to try to be a better me. The more you tell yourself that, the more you believe it, because you believed you were tired when you said you were tired. So why can't you believe that you're great if you tell yourself you're great? It's not about being conceited or cocky. It's about trying to galvanize the energy you need to be the better self. Every day you have an opportunity to improve yourself. So why not do it?
The Human Genome Project was an international scientific research project with the goal of determining the base pairs that make up human DNA and of identifying, mapping, and sequencing all of the genes of the human genome from both a physical and a functional standpoint. In 1972, Dr. Georgia M. Dunston became the first African American to receive a PhD in human genetics from the University of Michigan. Dr. Dunston was also the only African American in the first group of scientists in the Visiting Investigators Program at the National Center for the Human Genome Research Institute.
Certainly, genomics has made it very clear that human origins are rooted in Africa. When we look at the genome of humanity, doesn't matter where you pick, where you look, and what part of the world you're looking, the genome bears witness to what I like to say, the brotherhood of mankind. And yet the genome has flipped our whole superficial knowledge of life around and shows us that humanity is rooted in Africa, and that the first man created, fashioned, and as a modern human that we are using as our model for modern man. The genome traces it back with evidence to Africa. All the other groups, all the populations in other continents, from out of Africa, as we say, portions of humanity populated all the other regions. And the genome bears that out. So first of all, if the genome spoke in our language, first lesson was that all this foolishness you have about racial groups being distinct and having characteristics as racial groups, when you look at the genome, there's no sharp line. There is no sharp line. That all of these differences represent the wisdom and the power of this genome to adapt us to wherever we found ourselves. This genome you have, by virtue of each of us being here today, bears witness to the power of the genome in our lineage to adapt us to wherever our forefathers traveled. All the information for making every part of the body, all of that information is already, I like to say, loaded in, because we live in the computer age and we can use language programmed in. It's all comes fully loaded. The genome comes fully loaded with all that is needed for the physical body. It only takes, I like to put it this, it takes less than 1/10 of 1% in humans, and I'm saying that we see, because I'm talking about the differences that we use to distinguish ourselves, usually based on continental origin. The differences we see in our superficial characteristics, skin color, hair texture, anatomical features. And the next level is if you consider what it takes to make all the parts seen and unseen, so everything outside and inside, we get up to about 2%, 2.5, but let's just round numbers, 2% of our total information accounts for what we see. I like to equate that with the seeing part. If that be the case, then what is the rest of our genome about? Most of our genome is really information about the invisible part. So the genome is very sacred to me personally because it is certainly about our identity. In fact, that is the message of the genome. It's about who we are. It is about who we are. We know that at a superficial level in terms of our genes contain the code for expressing our identity, and we even use this genome to search for our identity in this whole area of ancestry testing. Think about it. What gets me excited is we haven't really yet even begun to delve into what the genome has to say about our destiny. All of the excitement thus far has focused on the present and the past. But most of this genome has information about our destiny. Well, each of us is a unique creation. Genomics as a science shows us that. Each of us is unique, and we have each been fashioned and put together in a way that will allow us to discover. Because that's like self-discovery to me, the part of genomics. Self-discovery is it's like God saying, just for you to find out, to discover what I have made in you is so awesome that just for you to know who you are as my creation. And that's the future that I would love to be able to have that being at least discussed and taught. And we have to talk about it before we then get into, okay, well, what's the science behind how we get to know how to access, how to mine, if you will. So knowledge is one thing about it, but now you know that you are naturally created because you're made in the image of God. Now that you know you are spirit beings with supernatural power. This is your inheritance. This isn't something you got to go to a particular school to get or live in a particular part of town to have access to. This is who you are. This is your essence. This is loaded into your genome for self-discovery and self-discovery for being able to be all that we are created to be. And so it is true that we were talking earlier about hearing your inner voice. Just think about your genome sitting tucked inside every cell of your body, waiting to hear what you want to say. And when you tell it who you are, then it knows how to bring all the machinery that it has to give expression to your word, for the word to become flesh. It doesn't make any judgment about what you choose to say or what you choose to believe. It's the spoken word, what you say. So who, Black people, who are we going to consciously choose to say, I am? And when we move into that way of thinking, all that we have been, certainly in terms of the history books, it pales in comparison to all that we can become. And that's the future that I would like our students and our generation to that the genome is saying, you haven't seen anything yet. You getting all excited about your ancestry. Hey, this genome is about your destiny. It's all that's already preloaded. You made in my image. You are naturally supernatural.
Chapter 4, the history of Kemetic Yoga. This brings it home for us. In our practice of Kemetic Yoga, we learn about our history. We learn about proper diet. We learn about the power of words in our physical self. And through the practice of Kemetic Yoga, we are able to better our lives and bring everything that is presented in this documentary into full circle.
So the understanding of the Kemetic yoga system came from certain postures. And these postures were introduced to myself when I went to the Museum of Natural History, and they brought the artifacts of King Tut. They brought his artifacts from his grave site to the museum in 1978. And we literally saw the forms carved in furniture. So when we saw the pose, there was a deja vu. In my third eye relived the pose as if I had done it yesterday. So when we came home from the museum that evening, I was so anxious because I saw myself running the form like in 3 dimensions. So I started running the form in my living room that evening after coming from the museum. And it was that form and some of the other forms that is what I first started teaching to the students in our classes. That's when we shifted from the Indian yoga system into the Kemetic yoga system. Now, when I first started teaching Yirser, he was a student at the University of Illinois.
Yirser came up under Hapi, and a lot of Yirser's direction is, I would say, divinely inspired.
Master Yirser, well, I call him daddy. That's my daddy.
So when I started teaching him, he was a committed student. He came to all the classes. And so he became one of the students that became seasoned enough and skilled enough for me to pass on the reins of teaching the system. His commitment is what allowed me to see it is now time to pass this knowledge on to the larger community. And I entrusted him with that knowledge. I said, it is now time for you to teach it and take it to the community, take it to the world.
I practiced yoga with my teacher, Dr. Hapi, for about 1 or 2 years. He sort of asked me to teach classes and carry on the mantle of being the primary person pursuing what we would call Egyptian yoga then. So I would go to class, and then I would practice the whole day. I would practice in the dance studio in front of the mirror. I would practice yoga all day long, 8 hours. When I got home, I would do another 4 hours. So every day I would practice like at least 8 to 12 hours a day. And people, oftentimes they tell me, oh, that's a long time, or how could you do that, and so on and so forth. But all the artists that I know great artists, martial artists, musicians, visual artists, who have achieved a high level of, efficiency and success in their field. All of them, they paint for 12 hours a day. They practice their martial arts for 8 to 12 hours a day. They playing their horn for 8 to 12 hours a day. That's what those who choose to become masters in what they're doing, that's what they do. I approximate that we have about 2,000 students around the world who have become certified instructors. So we have certified instructors from the northern reaches of Canada all the way to New Zealand, South America, Central America, the Caribbean, Europe, so on and so forth. So we have about 2,000 people who have become certified. And with that, to my calculations, I feel like we probably have touched millions of people with Kemetic Yoga.
I think his work is profound. I think it demonstrates super commitment. And I think that he had the patience to deal with individuals who were not as developed.
30 years ago, I decided to use the term Kemetic Yoga because I felt that, Egyptian yoga, when you say Egypt, you think about contemporary Egypt. You think about, the place which is Egypt now. You don't really think about ancient Egypt. And so sometimes I would say ancient Egyptian yoga, but eventually I started to use the term Kemetic Yoga because I felt it was important for our community to learn to use, to learn what Kemet is. Kemet means the black land. Some people say it means the land of the blacks. And we felt that the majority of people in our community wasn't going to be able to relate to these Eastern type of religions and these Eastern type of spiritual practices. And so we felt that by, doing the research to show that there was an African connection with yoga and that we can actually break it down and demystify it so that, regular people in our community can understand it and relate to it. And then it'd be easier for them to take advantage of actually doing the practice because they can see it in the context that this is something that comes from us, not something that comes from a foreign culture.
Kemetic Yoga, more specifically for me, has helped me to become more calm in my thinking, more relaxed in my body. A lot of times, people are super stressed and they don't even know it. Shoulders be up in their ears. They squeeze every part of their body. They're just holding body parts because of the stress, of the trauma. And Kemetic Yoga helps using the breath to release and relax the body. It helps to open up the different joints, open up different parts of your body so that healing can take place, so that whatever that stress is caused by can start to move away. It helps to control your thinking. It helps to alleviate pain and discomfort in your body. It helps to align you with your spiritual self, with the self of you that is moving towards the destiny that you have.
We have to find ways to understand by tuning in. That's why yoga is so important. That's why the whole philosophy of understanding who we are by eating the right foods, keeping the right mental balance in terms of our thoughts. I studied the brain. So for me, I think the brain is the most elaborately constructed entity in the universe. So when people are meditating, you really, and not just meditating, but doing yoga in the midst of that, you're aligning your body. So as you align your body, you're aligning yourself with nature. So from the spinal cord all the way up to the, brain, you got the base, your gonads for a woman, the ovaries, men, just the testes, but chemicals are all through our body. So how do you tap into that?
Like I said before, a lot of people are trying to get on their spiritual journey. So when they come to yoga skills, the benefits that they receive are 1, physical, 2, mental. It helps to relieve the stress and trauma. It helps to relieve the negative thoughts, the negative energy that you may have received from being at work or dealing with your family or, trying to figure out who you are. It puts you back in balance. It puts you in alignment with your true self.
It starts there, but it's influenced by outside forces. And that's why I'm saying most people get caught up by allowing the outside forces dictate their reality. That's why you have to tune out sometimes of the outside world and tune in. Yoga does that. Meditation does that. How many people do yoga? How many people meditate? And might be why they have a problem in the world.
And is able to help people from any aspect of life. If you're a senior and you have different physical disabilities, a good practice of Kemetic Yoga, consistent practice, maybe long-term practice of Kemetic Yoga will help to increase mobility, will help to decrease the discomforts that a lot of us feel, arthritis, sciatica, different ailments that we sometimes don't know what it's from. But even cancer patients, we have people from all walks of life and all backgrounds that have different ailments that they use Kemetic Yoga for. It's a one-stop shop because it's not just about the physical practice, it's a lifestyle.
Kemetic Yoga has helped with my physical, mental, and spiritual development. It put me on a path of remembrance. Through practice, I'm reconnected to my greatness and see every part of my body as divine.
The principles about what Kemetic Yoga is about, what it exists for, and the purpose of healing. And truly, you get all the time in the world to heal and go through your own transformative journey.
2 years ago that I trained with Baba Yirser here in Jamaica, and they had really always studied different types of yoga, Hatha, Kundalini, and even like certified in them. But I was always finding that I was missing where the root was, the African root.
A movement practice. We are literally doing energy work. And just using our bodies as a vehicle for that energy work. It is a deeply spiritual practice, and it's something that I really see as a practice that helps us move towards liberation. And that's why I practice it. That's why I teach it. That's why it's so integral to my life and my journey. So definitely one of the best decisions that I've made in my life.
Students, when they start to study Kemetic Yoga, we take them deep into the science of it. So we understand, what do these symbols represent? What do these concepts represent? How do they relate back to the person? Because ultimately, what is yoga? It is a system of self-development. And so we look at everything from a self-development perspective. Because if you don't have control over your own thoughts, your own emotions, you're not going to have the willpower, you're not going to have the drive to, and the ability to control your own thoughts and your own emotions, right? So when you control your body, that allows you to control your thoughts and your emotions. And that's part of the self-mastery. So self-mastery is not just being able to do different positions, because some people are really flexible. They can do all kinds of things, right? But self-mastery is when you move yourself from a point of being really, really stiff and you move yourself to a high level of being able to perform the various movements and postures, but with the intention that I am doing this for the fact that the skills that I learned on the mat, I'm going to translate them and transfer them into my everyday life. So in order for me to master my movements and postures, I have to master my thoughts and my emotions. And so that means I have to learn how to be patient. Because when I'm trying to, it took me 2 years, for example, to do the lotus position. I could have gave up and I could have said, well, this is impossible. But I had to learn patience. I had to learn the skills of, I call them yoga skills, patience, perseverance, concentration, focus for an extended period of time. When you have to learn those things in order to do your yoga practice, you should then demonstrate those things in your everyday life. So you should be more patient and have perseverance with your family, with your children, on your job, in your profession, with other people that's around you. You should have that same lovingness towards yourself when it comes to not being judgmental against yourself, when it comes to not being angry with yourself and being patient with yourself. Because most of the time we sabotage ourselves because we become angry, we become impatient. We often think, well, you should be doing this. and you should be further along, or you should be better, and so on and so forth, or it's taking you too long to do X, Y, and Z. And, you know, we sort of punish ourselves either consciously or subconsciously. And so, you know, so on the mat, we're learning these various skills. So self-mastery is the key. You know, when you know, to become a master, you have to master yourself.
I'm Joe Menard, founder of Yoga House in Houston, Texas. You see, whether on the mat or off the mat, Kemetic Yoga for me has been and is an awakening. It's an awakening that I place in the category celebration of life. I thank you, Master Yirser Ra Hotep, for resurrecting the practice of Kemetic Yoga. Thank you very much. I love you, brother. Peace.
When we both stepped into Yirser Ra Hotep's class for the first time, I mean, it was just pretty amazing. And I would say we knew then that we had to share this with other people.
Yeah, absolutely. And this journey has been beautiful.
When I came into this knowledge through Master Yirser Ra Hotep, I realized that I had been breathing incorrectly for my entire life.
I started practicing Kemetic Yoga in 1996. And it's been a great way to make physical all the wonderful things I've learned about ancient Egyptian philosophy, and to really make it physical, and to not just leave it in the theoretical. And we are very thankful for Yirser Ra Hotep and Dr. Hapi for bringing it to us.
We have so many dedicated people who have been touched by the feeling, the energy that they get through practicing Kemetic Yoga. So they feel the difference between Kemetic Yoga and the yoga that they have been doing in the past. They can feel that this connects me with my ancestors. This connects me with the internal energy that I have. This connects me with my breath, with my life force. This is not just stretching the back, stretching the spine, stretching the hamstrings, or trying to get the yoga butt. You know, this is about really integrating mind and body and spirit. And so an aspect of yoga that we think we achieve is that we do get to that connection with the ancestors. As African people and as Black people, period, and most Native people, there's a belief that our ancestors exist, that our ancestors are the spirits of those who came before us, who are still alive, who are still in, you know, they're still alive, just on the spirit, you know, in the spirit world. And so we can connect with them, we can communicate with them, and they can give us guidance, and they can also affect our lives. You know, they can actually affect the material conditions around us from the spirit world, right? So we got to get into a whole lot of metaphysics to understand, you know, what that concept is. But when people do Kemetic Yoga, they feel this connection. They feel a closer connection and a greater ability to make that connection with their ancestors, with their spirit guides, and with the divine forces of nature.
My motivation is just to really inspire, to bring light, you know, to bring awareness. And that's my motivation. You know, I really want to see those around me uplifted and moved into a place of consciousness that is of a perpetually spiritually enforced design of being in it, but not of it.
Variation is broadest in African people. We must be involved in this science. I claim the science for self-discovery and self-discovery for being able to be all that we are created to be. And when we move into that way of thinking, all that we have been, certainly in terms of the history books, it pales in comparison to all that we can become. And that's the future that I would like our students and our generation to that the genome is saying, you haven't seen anything yet. You getting all excited about your ancestry. Hey, this genome is about your destiny. It's all that's already preloaded. You made in my image. You are naturally supernatural.
My motivation is to know more today than I knew yesterday. I love education. I love, I've been going to school for so many years. There was a point where people would tease me and say, all you do is go to school. I have my bachelor's, my master's, my doctorate, and now I'm getting a second master's, focusing on public health. And I love it so much because it's so much different than what I've learned before. So it gives me an opportunity to learn a completely different field. So the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to share the information that I have with others, that motivates me. The opportunity to help people feel good about themselves and to know that we didn't come from a downtrodden, slave race. That's not who we are, that we are so much more, that we are so much greater. Every day I learn something new and I'm grateful for what I learned. So my motivation is education and teaching and learning and producing the best form of myself.
My motivation is to, one, stay alive, and two, get my freedom. And my freedom to me means being able to do what makes me happy. Kemetic yoga makes me happy, not just practicing it for myself, but teaching it to other people. I'm motivated because it feels good, and it's my liberation and helping people to know that they too can be themselves is a part of what we do. So I guess that's a part of my motivation too, to let people know that they can be who they are without conforming to any specific something.
So my motivation is seeing our community restore. That's my motivation. Seeing not just our athletes, but our elders. That's the mission I am on. That is the full level of the research. To restore our elders, to bring our youth forward where they bring the power in, where they live within the power, where they walk with their ankhs, my sister. Walk with their keys of life. Know what that key really means, that it opens the two doors to life.
To have influence on those who are, I guess, not just looking at me, not following me, but respecting me. So if I have a path to follow, a path to go on, I can then have people say, oh, no, that's the path I would like to go on. When you ask about maybe intellectual scholars, and it's like, well, who did you follow? Who did you? It's a kind of a difficult question. But when I look at people's work, like Frantz Fanon's work as a black psychiatrist coming from France, I didn't come from France, I'm not a psychiatrist, but his work, Black Skin, White Mask, Toward the African Revolution, Dying Colonialism, his last book, Wretched of the Earth, man, what he did to change the world, that's a path. So for me, when you say motivation, hey, I study and learn, like we all should, because you don't stop learning. Now, how can I now find that path where I can continue to learn and impact others around?
Yeah, my motivation is that I want to see Kemetic Yoga become something that is very accessible to people, that whether they use the term Kemetic Yoga or not, that people who practice yoga really start to understand what yoga really is, that it is not just flexibility or physical movements and posture that you do for fitness, that it is a spiritual practice. It is a practice for your whole inner self-development. And so my goal is to allow Kemetic Yoga to become recognized around the world. So that's what I do.
Seek and you shall find the answer. the meaning, your purpose. Know that healing is intentional and starts from within. Healing yourself is a process. Intentionally allow yourself to be healed from within. Ground yourself. Feel the earth beneath you. Breathe in deeply. Exhale and release. Ground yourself. Become one with the almighty power. Align your mind, body, and spirit. Become free. Liberate your being. Breathe in balance, peace, and harmony. Allow yourself the opportunity to live and experience life in all of its fruits from the tree of creation.
Hey.
Welcome. That was so
Ashe.
good.
Beautiful. So welcome to those who are still here with us live. So we are going to prepare to have our intermission. And when we turn back from our intermission, we're going to have our panel discussion. We are going to welcome Master Yirser Ra Hotep, Dr. T. Owens Moore, and our brother Wayne B. Chandler, as well as the director of the Ankh, our sister Gail Ferguson. So just hang tight. We are going to be back in about 25 minutes to start our discussion. And shout out to everybody who's here with us live. Shout out to Brother Rob.
Yes.
Shout out to our brother Julius in the house. Our
Shout
brother
out.
Wale. Shy. J. Todd. So welcome. So we'll be back and you can have your chance to ask our panelists some questions. So we will see you soon.
Yes. And I'm supposed to be sharing an image. It's not showing up in my drive, so I'm going to share.
So, let me just go ahead and put this on.
So we have 30 minutes, y'all, and we'll be back with our panelists. I'm excited about it.
Can you still hear me, Kai?
Oh, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm telling you, I can't see anything. It's like this African Wi-Fi. It's no bueno. Okay. It's not working out over here. I can't see anything. But I would love to put on the screen the flyer. So while we wait for intermission, we're gonna start at 3 o'clock Pacific time, 3 p.m. Pacific time, which is 6 p.m. Eastern time. You can adjust to your time zone depending on where you are in the world.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to open that image. I don't see it. So we'll just.
Brother Julius said my screen froze.
Yes. We can hear you. Can you hear us? All right. 30 minutes, y'all. Get your questions ready for our panelists. That's congratulations to everyone that was a part of Deonk. That was incredible. This is my third time seeing it, and I seen the premiere, and then there was another showing I seen, and this was the third time. Every time I watch it, I get something, an additional layer. So it's incredible. Great work, everyone. All right, we'll see you back in 30. Well, less than that now. It's 2:38, so we'll see you back in about 22 minutes. We can hear you typing, sis.
Perspective, that we have regarding diet.
They don't know what our history is. They can't teach it. They can't share it. It's really up to us to go back and do the reading and to learn it and to fight to reclaim our legacy and to make sure that people respect it, acknowledge it, and use it to empower ourselves again.
Many of us don't have that trust in. We don't even trust our intuition. We don't trust the information, the messages that we're receiving from the other side.
Certainly, genomics has made it very clear that human origins are rooted in Africa.
Hey. I think Neff is she's frozen again. See her. Can y'all hear me? Hey. I can see you, but I can't hear you. Blessings from Canada. Fola. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome everyone. I can't hear you, Nev. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I can hear you. I didn't realize I was on mute. But I know that my connection's a little off, so if it goes off, I think it'll be fine because you'll be on. But do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to our viewers?
Yes. Welcome everyone. I'm Kai Sharif. Anytime someone says introduce yourself, I'm like, which title am I introducing? I am a member of Hmt Ma'at, which is a cooperative that's helping present this amazing opportunity for us to view our sister Gail's amazing documentary. And I don't know, I'm a mom. I always like to say that because sometimes I don't say it. So, and yeah, so yeah, I'm a filmmaker, brand strategist, and I have lots of other titles, but that's me, Kai Sharif.
Okay. Thank you, Mama Sharif. All right. So shout out to our sister Leani, who's also tuning in from Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
All right. Shout out to the Ma'at militia in the house. So I am Hmt Ntr Nfr-Ka Ma'at. I am the mother of Tehuti Ma'at. As I said before, if you're joining us now and you weren't here before and you're not familiar with Tehuti Ma'at, we are a revolutionary instrument that is here for the proliferation of life, to birth and create different cooperative institutions in the areas of healing, art, and education, specifically for the liberation and restoration of people of African ascent worldwide. And we are really proud, and it is a pleasure to be here for this panel discussion on the Ankh, the Science of Kemetic Yoga. And before we get started, I actually would love for us to just take a moment of silence. I actually just found out during the stream that Mama Asara Shakur transitioned, and I had no idea. For those who may already know, we're just going to take a moment of silence. Those who didn't know, she did transition on the 25th of September. I also want to honor the spirit of my beloved spiritual father, Baba Heru Ankara Samaj Sepata, who also transitioned over the last strong. So we could just take a moment just to honor the brilliance, the power and presence of these new ancestors that are forces in their own right. Just to take a moment to just honor their legacies. So. Wawu ancestors, giving thanks and praises to the great mystery, this great spirit that is indwelling within us, Mother, Father, Creator, creation, for this opportunity to be here to exchange with our elders and our master teachers and guides who are here with us today. We are very grateful to be here. I want to thank you, Sister Kai, for your presence, for the connection to our sister Gail, who created the Ankh. And we have two of our panelists already here. So I'm thinking it would be a great time to just go ahead and bring our panelists on and go ahead and get our discussion started for today. So welcome.
Thank you.
Greetings.
Greetings and welcome, brothers.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
I'm doing
Great to see both of you.
What's up, Tim?
Brother Yirser, my pleasure to see you.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I'm
such an honor.
welcome. Yes.
Yes, it's such an honor to have both of you on with us tonight. I would love to ask you before we even get started, is there a preference that you have for being acknowledged? Typically, I like to use Baba, brother. If you could just let me know what your preference is before we get started.
Well,
brother's fine for me.
Yeah, brother is good for me. It doesn't make, as long as you just, my name is Yirser, so Yirser, whatever you want to say.
Brother Moore is fine. To make it go fine, Brother Moore.
All right. Well, we would love to give a brief welcoming to you, introduce the audience to you, and then whatever it is that you would like to add to your legacy, please feel free. So first, we'll go ahead and start with our brother Yirser. Yirser Ra Hotep is a master instructor of yoga and the creator of Yoga Skills Method. He is the most senior instructor of Kemetic Yoga in the Divided States, with over 46 years of experience practicing and teaching. So Brother Yirser was involved with the original research and documentation of Kemetic Yoga, along with master instructor Dr. Asar Hapi in the 1970s, who we also saw in the Ankh. And Brother Yirser was trained and certified, or has trained and certified over 6,000 Kemetic Yoga instructors, and conducts historical, cultural, and spiritual tours. So welcome, thank you. And our Brother Moore, Dr. Timothy Owens Moore, is trained as a physiological psychologist. He has served as a college professor and biomedical researcher and an African-centered scholar and activist for 3 decades. He is a distinguished educator who appreciates the interdisciplinary studies. His specialty courses are both in the field of neuroscience and African-centered psychology. In addition, he is a co-founding member of the Neuroscience Institute at Morehouse College of Medicine. So welcome to both of you.
Thank you very much.
I'm also hoping our sister Gail will join us.
She just messaged and she said she's having trouble getting past the verification part. She's using her phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So hopefully we'll get her on here with us. So it is so great to have both of you here with us, especially after just watching the film. This was actually my first time watching the film. It's Kai's third time. So it was great to see all of the different contributors to the film. I saw some familiar faces, and I would love to begin by asking each of you what inspired you to join this project. And maybe we can go ahead and start with Brother Yirser.
Well, I think what happened was that I was doing a lot of work, a lot of workshops and teacher training and certifications out in Las Vegas, where Sister Gail Ferguson lives. And Gail, she had became a certified Kemetic yoga teacher. She had traveled to Kemet with me. And so, and she's a filmmaker. So, we thought it was a good idea to start doing, making some videos and things like that. And then we thought it was a good idea to maybe start making a documentary, So it was mostly the impetus on her part, her drive and her follow through that caused this project to take place, it was, it's her baby. And I just sort of was participating, doing my little part, but she did the work. And so, for me, I felt like there needed to be a documentary on Kemetic Yoga so that people can understand what it is, understand the roots of it, understand the history, understand the people who made the contributions to it, to its development, and so on and so forth, and also be able to see the connection to the wider aspects of our struggle as African people, to create our own reality on all levels.
Yes. Well said. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So I would like to say I'm proud of you too and your organization for actually organizing this event. You had some technical difficulties, but guess what? You got through it. So just the reality of being able to present this to the world and expose others, that's what Gail Ferguson did. I've known her for over 30 years.
Wow.
So over 30 years, and we didn't know one of them the capacity of doing this kind of work. But I admire her, just like you all are doing, for reinventing herself. She hadn't been a film director, but now she is. She had not been in this area of work, but now she is. And as Yirser just said, his work inspired her to want to do something to make a change in society so people could see the world from a different perspective. So for me, I give great gratitude for Gail. Sorry she's not here at the moment, but she shall be. I also praise Brother Yirser Ra Hotep because he's the first person that I traveled to the east part of Africa, and specifically Kemet. So I have behind me a rug that I got from my first trip with Brother Yirser. So we had an opportunity to dialogue and really know one another then, but we knew one another for more than 10 years prior to that. So the way that this project has gotten formalized, it's I wouldn't call it a miracle, but it's a manifestation of a certain kind of consciousness. Because even Brother Wayne Chandler, who's on it, I had never met him. I wrote the credits on the back of his book, Ancient Future, but I had not met him. So I met him since. But what I'm saying is all the certain people and the way that this had organized, I'm just proud to be a part of the project. And so for me, I did whatever I could to assist, knowing that I know Gail and I know Brother Yirser, and without them being the hub, this would not have happened.
Yeah.
And,
I just want to say real quick, I'm honored to be again in the company of such esteemed scholars like Dr. Moore. So here is his book, and
The Myth of Melanin.
he is one of the preeminent scholars on this subject of melanin and putting it into the right perspective. Look how young he is on this. I'm sorry, brother.
Just a little bit of gray hair. Just a little bit.
I got a lot. So I don't have none up here, and I got a lot on my face. And then here's Ancient Future, which was written by Wayne B. Chandler. So
yeah.
We need those links to those books, so we can, make sure people can get them.
Definitely. We'll add those to the description, and anything else that you all reference as far as your current works and the things that you're doing, any way that the listening audience can connect with you, we would love to share it so that people can have access to it. But I did put on the screen the Science and Myth of Melanin. So I also want to shout out those who are here in the viewing audience who are here with us live. Nurse Robin Speaks says, hi, Baba Yirser.
Hi, what's up, Nurse Robin?
The Fola says, yes, please on the books. All right.
Yes.
So for those of you who are with us here live, you can go ahead and ask your questions to our panelists as well. You can put them in the chat and we will gladly share your questions also. On the note that we left off, in terms of the film itself and what Brother Moore said about Sister Gail, you know, reinventing herself, coming into filmmaking and storytelling, I actually want to ask you, Kai, to speak a little bit on that as a filmmaker, as someone who works with aspiring and seasoned filmmakers, about the importance of our storytelling, because I think that exposing people to a film like this is important. Obviously for us, like, our interest is in activating people, right? We have so many different programs and initiatives that really speak to and bring to life everything that was shared in the documentary. But I think just the storytelling itself, us narrating our story, is something that's really important. Could you speak on that to those who are watching, so that they can really like understand the significance of a work like the Ankh?
I think it's one of those, the power of story and the power of imagery is like the key to our awakening. And so when we have these wonderful books, and this rich history of our people and our rich presence even, and we're able to, you know, put it together in a image place and like a story, it is easier for people to digest it. And so if we want to continue to like empower our people, then we have to think of those ways of how we can, you know, introduce that frequency to them from a, you know, like music and video, and those things are really, they pass all of the surface, like all of the senses, I guess, and it gives them a subconscious and a conscious experience that's very empowering. And so I think when we do more of that, when we have more knowledge that's visual and audible and put that together, then we actually can create movements. That's how we can move our people to a collective consciousness. I guess it's the quickest way for us to kind of penetrate that part of their awareness. Because if we put it in the books, there's so many books, you know, and we should be reading them. But I think this kind of creates that entryway, that vehicle to that, so that when people do have that, then they're interested to go deeper into the book. Now we have these 2-3 books that people are going to say, wow, I want to see more from Brother Moore and more from, you know what I mean? You create that opportunity to go to dive in deeper.
I see. Yeah, and even when we think about like Kemetic yoga, I think one of the beautiful things about it is it's carved into stone, right? You can see it on the temple walls in the papyri or the sesh, and it speaks for itself. You know, we are a storytelling people, but we are the most, you know, because there's a lot of emphasis on the oral legacy of African civilization, but Kemet is one of the most documented civilizations of all time. So I think that that's a really important aspect of how we continue our legacy in the modern expression through screenwriting and bringing our story onto the screen. So thank you, sis. I want to go ahead and transition to our next question for our panelists, which is, if we were to continue the conversation that the Ankh initiated, what would you add to this conversation? You know, were there some things that maybe, you know, weren't elaborated on that you can add?
Well, if I could just make a comment when you asked the question to Kai about the imagery issue, and that's the power of where we need to be as a people. Yeah, the books are very important, and I think that we're in a challenging state right now where people aren't reading anymore. So the imagery, if we put the images out there to then encourage people to read. So as we went through the Ankh, and again traveling to Kemet, and then being there with Brother Yirser, with the group that he traveled with, and he goes there all the time, you're always amazed when you go there, like, how did this happen? But guess what? If you didn't go there, you would have never known. So that's why imagery is powerful. So just emphasizing that, I think, would be something I would add to the conversation. The fact that if you can't see it, you don't believe it. Until you see it, oh, I can do that. So we have to emphasize that.
That's right.
That's true.
But the thing that I would add to what Brother Tim is saying, and what I would add to the conversation of the documentary, is the need to actually practice Kemetic yoga. You know, a lot of times, you know, we take an intellectual approach to everything, and we often want to know, well, what is the, you know, we take Indian yoga and we say, well, what is the ancient Kemetic version of this Indian yoga? And oftentimes there is no Kemetic version because there's no one-to-one correspondence. The people of Kemet, they thought in the way that they thought. The people in India, they think in the way that they think. So there is not necessarily, you know, well, what is the Kemetic word for this? And what is the Kemetic word for that? What is the Kemetic word for yoga? Maybe they didn't think of yoga in the same way, but they would have, but this is our word for yoga, you know. So those, you know, those are things that I would think about. Also, just talking about going deeper into the science of Kemetic yoga, using the breath. There are, and also looking at the symbolism. When we see, for example, when we see the you know, the Pharaoh, who the other people call Pharaoh, but we know that the name of the kings of Kemet was called Nt, and they were also called Asar Ra, which means son of the sun. But when you see yoga everywhere represented in Kemet. I've been to Kemet 40 times. Every time I go there, I learn more things than I knew the previous time that I went there. So yoga is ubiquitous. The symbolism of yoga, the practices of yoga, they're all ubiquitous there. So for example, if you look at the king, the Nt, you see that he has a snake coming out of the middle of the forehead. If you look closely, you see that snake moves from the back of the neck. It moves across the middle of the head and divides the head into two hemispheres, which is a natural thing that we know that the brain itself is divided into two hemispheres, and each one of those hemispheres carries out a different function. Now, Dr. Moore, he can explain that to a way greater degree than I can. But when you see that snake coming and dividing the brain into the two hemispheres and then coming out in the middle of the forehead, that is very significant. That is yoga. Every time you look at one of those images, you are seeing a reference to what they may call Kundalini energy in ancient Kemet. You know, so they may use that term Kundalini, and in Kemet they may have used a different name like Wajet for that serpent, and Sekum and Shu for the energy, and so on and so forth, right? But we're seeing these references everywhere, but we do not recognize them. And a lot of people who call themselves scholars, they only look at the logical, most rudimentary interpretation or understanding of those symbols without really going into understanding the deeper metaphysical and spiritual symbolism behind those images, right? Mm-hmm. And so we miss out a lot on what we actually see. And I'm not going to go on and on and on, but I've had this discussion with some of my other scholar friends, like late Runoko Rashidi. And one of the things we talk about it was, how do we know what we know? What is the methodology of knowing something? And so one of the great powers of Kemetic yoga is that it allows you to go into yourself to make that connection between yourself and the rest of the universe so that you are able to perceive and draw information that you are able to merge with your understanding of information from a logical manner. So you are basically engaging both sides of your brain, that intuitive side of your brain, that creative side of your brain, and you're also dealing with the logical, mathematical, systematic side of the brain, the side of your consciousness, right? And that's one of the things that Kemetic Yoga does. It helps you to merge those two aspects. And that's what we see in the symbolism that's amongst the thing. It's not the only thing, but that's one of the aspects of what we observe when we look at those various symbols that's associated with the snake and the serpent and so on and so forth.
You're on mute.
Huh?
I was saying that was powerfully said. Thank you for that. I wanted to mention that Brother Moore was on my mother's show a couple years ago. She interviewed you. This is a couple years ago. I don't know if you remember, but you talked about melanin, and I would love for you to talk about that right now if you could, because it was so powerful, and I was there when she was doing the interview with you, and it was just such an engaging conversation. And I met you at the Kingdom when I was the general manager of the television station in Vegas. So yeah, I remember we did a show and you were there, and I was producing. So anyways, just wanted to, and of course I know Brother Master Yirser, because I went to many of his classes before, and I met him through other communities people. So I'm just am excited to connect with you guys again after several years. So, but please, go right ahead, please.
Well, I feel ancient, and Brother Yirser and I were at the Valley of the Kings, and I had a phone had 111 degrees. We were out there at the intensity of the heat, going into the valley and going to the tombs where the Africans carved out a rock, and placed the tombs there and etched on the wall our paintings and carvings, and that's ancient history, but it still stands today because it's a reflection of us. As you just said, you have heard my work before, you met me before, you heard Yirser, you met him before, and just the time frame that we're in, everything's a merger. And as Brother Yirser said about the brain and how the snake was coming up the head and seeing the ridges, yes, you have two lobes, or you have two hemispheres, and there's the lobes in your brain, but the left hemisphere is that logical one. The right hemisphere is the one that deals with the intuitiveness, as he stated. You can't live with one left brain. You can't live with one right brain. You got to merge that. So our ancestors studied that and understood that. So with the topic of melanin, we're speaking of something that absorbs and takes in energy. All we are energy. If you see a bee flying, the bees looking at you as energy. They don't see your eyes. They don't see your ears, your hair. They see you as energy. So we as African people, we don't really understand the power of our energy. It changes the world. And that's why I guess there's such a great attack against us, because they knew how powerful we could be. And as long as they had our minds with the whole slavery issue, they had our minds, they could take them chains off, and we were locked up, mentally incarcerated. But as we start to grow and develop and had that self-development, Kepra, like the beetle, they're trying to use the dung, the I don't use the bad word, but the dung, the cow, feces, and it plants the egg in there and it grows from that. That's growth. So with this particular video and all the participants you saw in there, Dr. Georgie, I mean, just the excitement of channeling energy about there's a whole nother level of consciousness that we have not gotten back to. Not saying going to. Our ancient African ancestors did it. That's how they built the pyramids. That's how they built all those constructions. That's how they created these dynamics of studying the self. So now we are pretty much going back to look at what they did. And for me, the melanin component is essential because it's a biological element that binds things. So your comments about in the past, I didn't remember those times. I'm glad you did. I have students right now. I'm teaching some of the kids of the students that I taught 30 years ago. Time, you know what I mean? It's merging. So we as African people, we look so young, we can go to 80, we still look young. Mm-hmm. So let's keep that power within our little manifestation we have right here. Mm-hmm.
I would love to ask, like, for us to just elaborate a little bit more into melanin itself, right? We have a presentation that we've done in the past called Countering Chemical Warfare, and going into like just the fundamentals of chemistry and coming back to Km, right? The carbon compound. And I'm curious because for those of us who may not necessarily know like what exactly melanin is, sure. Right. Can you like simplify it or like like burn it down to the coal, to the carbon, the building blocks of life, so that we could really connect and really hold like what is this essence of this power that is flowing through our veins?
Yes, some people say that the whole code system of DNA and how things are constructed are like a binary system, ones and zeros and things that then manifest from that and have creation. So our DNA molecule has that kind of symbolic nature of computer and chemistry. So something created that. Europeans can never say God and creator. They don't know what to say. So they create something called intelligent design now. You know, so for us, understanding melanin, it is a complex biopolymer that is not just in our skin. It is not just in our hair. You see it in our eyes with the darkness. You see it you don't see it, but it's in our ears, and it's definitely in our brain. It's in our organs. So it's everywhere where there's energy transfer. So as I just said earlier, we're energy. And as Brother Yirser said about yoga, so yes, I may have the concepts on an intellectual basis, but as I age, I also know, guess what? I need to keep my body in line. You know, I need to keep my posture proper. You know, chemistry, you need to put the right things in your body. If you don't look at all those things, guess what? You might age much quicker. So melanin as a substance that can prevent the destruction of cells, it's absorbing toxicity to keep your cells looking younger. So beyond, again, just talking about the skin, because that has nothing to do with behavior. It's the brain. And there's parts of the brain that are dark in color. If you ever heard the substantia nigra, it's a black substance. If it's not there, you suffer from something called Parkinson's disease, like tremors, the rest. So there's nothing regulating your movement there. There's also a dark area called the red nucleus. It's called the mirror neurons. I tell students, like, if I ask you, can you moonwalk? No, but I'm asking you all. If I said, can you moonwalk, what's the first thing that comes in your mind?
It's yes for me.
I said Michael Jackson.
Right. And we're all from different generations. And the students coming up, they didn't know Michael Jackson, but they see that. All I'm saying is those mirror neurons are what are lighting up in your brain thinking about that. It's dealing with movement. So for us, the way that I try to explain the simplicity of looking at melanin from a behavioral perspective is saying that if you see what happens when it's missing, Parkinson's disease, movement problems, guess what happens when we're working right? You're doing our dances, you're playing basketball like we do football, anything dealing with psychomotor skill development, we are enhancing. And as Black women, who's dominating gymnastics right now? Mm-hmm. Black women. Any chance they give you to be able to, I wouldn't say excel. Any chance you're then given to be able to do something, they know that you'll rise above. That's why you're so feared. Mm-hmm. So that's the simplicity of looking at why melanin is so important, because it goes beyond the skin. It's everywhere in your body, and it's about absorbing energy.
I say, Brother Julius said rhythm. Yes. And also, I wanna bring our Baba Hapi to join us on stage here. Let me see if this will be a better arrangement here. Go like this. Okay. Welcome, Baba. How are you?
Greetings. If I was any better, I would have to give gratitude for 48 hours on how well I feel in this 24 hours. I would have to give 2 days of gratitude for this one day on how well I feel.
Ashe, it's great to see you. It's great to welcome you here.
It is a pleasure. It is indeed a pleasure. I see my student. I see Yirser Ra Hotep. I see him on here. This other brother, I was listening to him about our blessed melanin. There's one thing further, as he was stating, that I like to take it a step deeper. This melanated temple, body temple, it is receiving signals that no other nationality, no other ethnic group can have. Why? Why is that? Because not only are we connected to the melanin, we are connected to the vortex that connects us to that melanin. Well, what is that? That is the nostrils. That is the pyramid that the ancients walked with. Now this pyramid, it has two doors, two channels, two funnels that when you tap into them, they do not only just open up your creativity, they open up your access to your total vital generation and regeneration on all the levels, on the physical level, the mental level, the spiritual level. Well, how do it manifest itself? It manifests itself first in having that holy intentional breath that you start taking control of beyond God breathing you. This is what we do all day long when our minds are preoccupied with whatever else we are doing. God is breathing us. But when we take time out, then that first time is when you start being taught about this sacred breath that we call the super breath. Now, my sister goddesses, I'm sure you all are breathing because you're looking beautiful in front of me. But have you ever heard of the super breath? To the left, to the right, below, my goddesses, have you heard of the super breath? Yes or no?
No.
I can't hear you.
In that way, at least.
No, I haven't heard of the super breath.
In
Tell me more.
in our temple, we turn up the super breath, and guess what happens? One's creativity toward anything as well as their self. This temple becomes a temple of golden light. Well, what is that experience in the physical? That is, you feel so good. You have never felt this good before. And here's the catch of it all. As you gain the time of life, that feeling gets greater and greater. Now, I am only 76 years young. And in these 76, my physical feels so good that I need to go back and slap the person who was 25, saying, this is how good you're supposed to feel. Now, melanin caused that because melanin allows the Ra's and the rays of Ra to enter into our vortex, that frontal vortex, and it allows us to elevate. Well, how high do we want to elevate? Well, when I was in my 40s, I thought I was really in great shape. But then there was another level to this breath that took me to the point that I started saying, if I feel this good, how can I make older people feel as good as me? And so I went into the healing arts. I had been into the healing arts since I was 23. But I went into the healing arts and I started dealing with these elders in their 70s, 80s, and 90s. We activated that melanin through that pyramid. And they started restoring. They started regenerating. They started feeling better. In fact, I got one 86 years old, but we call it young now, because she came in the wheelchair, but now she's walking up and down the stairs and she's smiling at me when she come in. When she breathes, her breathe is not that much, but it's enough that every time she leaves, she moves a little faster. Every time she climbs the steps, she climbs a little lighter and stronger. And every time she comes, she is so grateful to come to this temple. Because what breath are we dealing with this, my goddesses? What breath are you think we're dealing with this? Remember that breath I call the super what? The super, what did I call it?
Super breath.
The super breath, Goddess, is the super breath. This is what we are using in the temple to restore our people. Now, there are three aspects. There's that aspect that you're an athlete and you come into our temple. We put that super breath on you. And just this year, we have one of our clients, one of our members. He just won the NBA. You all heard of the NBA in basketball? The NBA championship. The championship, Goddesses, Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they have one in Europe. They have one in Europe. And he just won that. The most valuable player and the most skillful player in Europe. Now, do you think a regular breath would do that? Do you think a regular breath would do we need a super breath? Goddesses, what do you think?
I think we need a super breath. I wanted to excuse me really quick, interject, because we didn't get a chance to welcome our sister Gail Ferguson, who joined us at the same time, and I wanted to make sure we were able to say hello and welcome her as well.
Greetings, family. I apologize, but I don't want to stop the flow at all. So
okay,
I'm grateful to be here, Ashe.
Welcome.
So can we go?
Hello, Gail.
Yeah.
Greetings.
Hello, Sister Goddess. How was one?
I am well, thank you. Look at the presence that we're in. This is incredible.
Definitely.
In this moment, we are blessed. But I like to tell the story about the super breath so that you all can get a legacy, so you can understand a legacy of where our ancestors were. Can I tell this story? It takes just a very short period of time. Can I tell it?
Of course.
Okay. So our ancestors came forth and they gained the understanding of this super breath. And they taught it to all of their people. It was all in the temples. This is what they studied, to know thyself. And so as they learned themselves and the potential thereof, we saw the artistry all around them, beaming, jewelry, the artifacts, the pillars. Art was all around them. The third eye was opening up. The dimensions of creativity was flowing out. And they looked at themselves and they said, what creativity can come out of this body? And through this super breath and understanding this pyramid and what we call the two doors of life, they tapped into the power and they created these sacred exercise forms called the pose of mortality. This particular one form could go into many forms, but this one form opened the two doors of life to the superpowers. Now, what do you think the superpowers are, my goddesses? They are the two serpents that live in our bodies. These two serpents they call the sympathetic and help me, the
parasympathetic.
Parasympathetic. These two, they call them the serpents. That angels, ancestors call them the serpent, and you will see them on all medical buildings that you go to today, and where the doctors will give you a bunch of drugs with a bunch of side effects, and they will say this will heal you if it don't kill you. And so the ancients, these two serpents, they said you had to grab them in your hands and straighten them out. The only way you could straighten them out was to master this breath. And so they learned the secrets of this breath. This took it to the super breath. They became vital, youthful, all the days of their life. As they gained the time of life and they got even older, the breath became stronger. But during this period of time, they took the breath to know thyself, heal thyself, become a hero and hero of themselves, and then learn how to use this breath to step back and rescue their elders. Imagine their elders had the breath, where their breath became so strong and vital, their breath was stronger than LeBron James. How about this player? He plays with LeBron James. His name is Steph. Help me now. Help me.
Curry.
Stephen Curry. Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you. Yes, Stephen Curry. Their breath became stronger than Stephen Curry and LeBron James any day of the week and any day of the hour. They had learned the secrets to the super breath and became super powerful. Now we say this is the knowledge that's missing, and this is the knowledge we must return to our society. And in this knowledge, we have to train our students to know all the aspects of the breath, not just doing my mother would call them some stunts. when you learn these exercises, she called them stunts. That was just the beginning. Then you had to learn about these two powers in our bodies, how they really worked with the breath, so that they could prevent you from getting AFib. You all have heard of AFib, goddesses? That's when your heart gets so weak it stopped in the street. You might stroke because it became too weak. And they got to put a pacemaker or a defibrillator in your heart to keep its rhythm. The ancients learned that the parasympathetic nervous system tied into your diastolic. And your diastolic beat of your heart was the balance of the energy of your heart from the breath. And when you mastered this parasympathetic, you wouldn't have to worry about no more AFib, because you triggered the tone of your parasympathetic nervous system so your heart would not get too weak. Then they mastered the understanding of the sympathetic affecting the systolic. And so in mastering the systolic, they would not go into hypertension, which is the abnormal flow of the tension the heart should have from the two stimulations of the parasympathetic and the sympathetic nervous system. And when you have them, your heart is working well, and that's what those forms would take you into. But if you were an elder and you missed that opportunity, we would lay you on the table and reconnect you to that. So when you finish, if your heart was weak, it was now stronger. If it was too fast, it was now slower. And if it was too slow, we brought it up where it became toned. And then those serpents that would move on the medical building sideways became straight. Now you had the strength of a bull's breath. And in this bull's breath, you would have the power to keep yourself young all the days of your life. Now, is this something we should be bringing to our future young people, so that when they get our age, they will already be toned in? And how about those of us who are in our 50s and 60s? Should we not be able to grab that heart back to the 25 years old without one step of walking or running? This our ancestors. This is what they taught. The lower level of the temple was to teach the students the beginning of how this power worked. In the higher levels of the temple, they were laid on tables, and it was taught how to restore their power, to bring the limbs and the body back from the 70s and the 80s to the 60, 50, 40-year-olds and 30s without having to lift 1 pound of weight, without having to run one step. Is this what we should give our elders, goddesses? Should they have this or should they not? Should we restore them and heal them, or should we not?
Absolutely.
With this breath that we walk with. Should we learn this super breath? Should we?
Absolutely.
And if we do, if we learn it correctly, our flow will be flawless. Our bodies will be calm, centered. We will trigger the signals in our brain and restore our brain, so our brain can send the signals down to our body temple correctly. So now this is what our temple does. Our temple has spent 55 years, over 55 years in training. And when we started the temple with Brother Yirser, we started the beginning of this knowledge, and we continued quietly. We started working with a group on the south side called the Kroc Center. This is a well-known center that the worst of the elders come to. And we took these elders and we started putting them in a chair and have them to breathe only 3 breaths, because that's all it takes for you to have a stroke is 3 breaths. That's why the doctor never have you do 3 breaths in his office. He only have you do 1. And 1 coffee, the 3 breaths, you could have a stroke. So we started with these elders who were in the worst shape, and we started them with those 3 breaths. We would ask them, raise your hand if you're dizzy, telling us the heart is already under strain and they could have a stroke. We would then teach them how to just be gentle with that breath. And over a period of time, we went from 3 to 200. And in those 200 breaths, we would ask them, raise your hand if you're dizzy. And they wouldn't raise their hand, because as they was doing this breath, they was restoring their nervous system. And now they do 2,000 breaths in 15 minutes. And these 2,000 breaths they are the breath of an athlete who is running fast, but they're not running at all. And when we finish with them and get them to the 2,000 breath, the body has restored at least 10 to 15 years. Do we think our ancestors and elders deserve that? Do we think our elders deserve that? My goddess is what you think. From 3 breaths, we take them to 2,000, and that is not our best. We have one. She was a young sister who lived on my block. And she came to me one day on a cane. She had 3 epidural blocks in her back. The pain was still there. And she said, could you please help me not move to a wheelchair? I said, my young sister, who was 70 at this time, I said, let me take you into this breath our ancestors walked with. Well, now she moves like a 25-year-old and she only runs 10,000 breaths. 10,000 in 1 hour and 15 minutes and will bounce upon you. She bounced upon the athlete who won the NBA. She said, breathe with me. Let me see what you got. Yeah, this sister, this elder, this sister, her development is so astronomical, so high in the frequency that now she runs breath with athletes. We have this one, he's an advanced athlete called Richard Dent. Another one, he's called Otis Wilson. They played in the 85 Super Bowl when they won the Super Bowl in Chicago. She breathes better than them. She said, keep up with me, y'all. But she wasn't an athlete, but she was turned on to the super breath. And now we say, she has a t-shirt. On the t-shirt, it says, she is awesome on the front of the t-shirt. This is a workout uniform. On the front, it says, she is awesome. And you're wondering who she's talking about. You wonder. She turns around. And when you see the back of her t-shirt, it says, and I am she. Now, for one who is 74, do you think all of our ancestors deserve that? How about your mothers who are moving into the twilight of their lives? You think we need to give them a little turned up? You think we need to give them a little turn it on lit? What we think? God is speak to me. Are we feeling it?
Baba.
So I know y'all have a time limit, but I think what Dr. Hapi is saying that everybody needs the breathing that we do in Kemetic Yoga. It has a tremendous benefit to it in terms of longevity and so on and so forth. We do movements, we do postures, we do breathing. In the way that I teach Kemetic Yoga, we do something called rule of 4 breathing and geometric progression, which are concepts that are built upon what I learned from Dr. Hapi. The rule of 4 breathing is taking each breath, divided it into 4 parts. Geometric progression is understanding how to move your body step by step in alignment with your breath, so that you are moving from a point of a simple form into a more increasingly complex form. And you're using your breath and you're causing the movement and you're causing the circulation of your life force through your body through these energy channels. The serpents that he's referring to, those snakes, those are referring to the energy channel. We have many energy channels that move through the body, but we also have 2 primary energy channels. We have 3 primary energy channels that correspond to the spine and to the left and the right nostrils. And these also correspond to the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system. The sympathetic nervous system being that aspect of your nervous system that deals with your reaction and your response to stress. And the parasympathetic is your reaction. Your body's is the opposite, and it really is not a reaction to stress, but it is something that counteracts some of the negative effects that your stress response may produce, and so that helps your body to heal itself. So when we see symbolism, when we see symbols like this, the one on the far left, that is the Wajet, that is the snake, that is the symbolic snake that we see coming across the head, dividing the head into the 2 hemispheres, and coming out into the middle of the forehead. The symbol you see at the top under the word Kundalini, that is called the Heru Bendet. The Heru Bendet is a symbol that corresponds to what in yoga people may typically call the crown chakra. So it has the wings, it has the sun disk in the middle, it has the 2 snakes that corresponds to the left and the right nostril, which again is still making reference to those 2 opposite functions within the central nervous system as well as other things. See, there's more than just one thing. There's many different layers of meaning behind what we're looking at. Okay, and so in yoga, the way this relates to Indian yoga, Hatha yoga, is in the way that they talk about the Kundalini. You know, we think of yoga in modern times. Yoga has become very commercialized. So we think of yoga as something you do for exercise. We think of yoga as something you do for stretching. We think of yoga as something that you do for your core strength. You're going to strengthen your core muscles and get you a flat abs, but you're going to make your thighs firm and stuff like that. So they've taken yoga out of the way that it used to be taught in ancient times, and now they have made it into a commercial thing. Yoga is the most popular exercise system in the world, and they place it under the canopy of exercise rather than a spiritual science. And so everything that we have tried to do is return it back to its original meaning as a spiritual science that, in addition to helping you to evolve yourself spiritually, at the same time, it helps you to develop your body. At the same time, it helps you to learn how to manage stress. At the same time, it helps you to increase your health, your longevity, by increasing your blood circulation, by opening up the channels of energy. You hear about things like traditional Chinese medicine, where you see ideas of that you have these energy channels, and they have developed these sciences called acupuncture and so on and so forth, which are based upon the knowledge of energy channels that comes from ancient Kemet, and those that medical, what they call the caduceus or the staff of Asclepius, right? Those are symbolic representation of these energy channels. And so our ancestors knew of these things. So this knowledge is based upon healing and bringing everything into oneness. Everything into oneness, your spiritual awareness, your health, your wellness, your physical fitness. If you're a basketball player, you're going to play basketball better. If you're a gymnast, you're going to do gymnastics better. If you run track, you're going to run track better. No matter what type of athlete, no matter what you do physically, if you're a writer, a film director, whatever it is, a scholar, your eyesight going to be better, your brain is going to function better, your ability to be creative is going to increase, because you're going to have your intuitive connection with the cosmos and the information that is stored in the environment around us. You're going to be able to access that information and also be able to access your connection with your own ancestors, which is the foundation of African spirituality.
I see. I would love to ask, while we're on the note of Kemetic Yoga, because I also want to circle back to our original question and ask our sister Gail about the project itself and the inspiration for the Ankh. But while we're on the note of Kemetic Yoga, one of the things that I would really love to ask, so I put some of the slides on the screen from like previous webinars that we've had, because you've mentioned some of the things, and I think it's helpful for people who are watching who aren't familiar with the symbols to see them. Like even sometimes, like I love to just show people just images of postures that we can obviously tell are yoga, like what we consider yoga. But also, even for me, I've been practicing for about a decade now. And most of what I know, like practicing Smaitawi or Kemetic Yoga, Ariyanka, I've heard many, many different interpretations of it. But for me, because I was initiated through the Shrine of Ptah into Kemetic science, but not necessarily specifically a path or a practice of this movement and breath right? It was very much about practice, but more so in the context of ritual. Obviously, an emphasis on the Smaitawi or the Kemetic Yoga. But I'm curious because for me, a lot of my practice has come just from genetic memory. And even simple things like looking at an image like of Nut, and you can see the body overarching. And anyone who's done like a traditional yoga class who's seen like what they call the downward dog, you know, to me, it's like it's very powerful to just recognize like the expansion of connecting that to the womb, to the cosmos, to the night, and the vastness of what the interpretation means versus what it's reduced into. So I'm curious if you could share with us, you know, are there many different lanes of this practice that's interpreted from the African lens? Because I have heard Smaitawi, I've also heard Ankh. So specifically when it comes to Kemetic Yoga, is there a particular like lineage that we're referring to, or is it the same thing that I'm tapping into from my genetic memory?
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say that when you hear the term Kemetic Yoga, that is the lineage coming from Dr. Asar Hapi to Yirser Ra Hotep and forward. When you hear the term Arianka is a term that Baba Heru, you know, developed, and it refers to a particular system of motion movements that Baba Heru developed. When you hear Smaitawi actually comes from a man whose name is Babakar Khan. And Babakar Khan, who they also call Yogi Khan, he was a protege of Sheikh Anta Diop, who was a great scholar and who did battle against the European scholars and to establish the truth and fact of the matter that ancient Kemet was evolved from Black Africans. And so even before myself and with Dr. Hapi started to develop what we first called Egyptian yoga, and then later it became called Kemetic Yoga, Babakar Khan in the 1960s was developing what he called Smaitawi. And he used the term Smaitawi as a means of this. He didn't say that the ancient Egyptians used the term Smaitawi as a word for yoga. He said that Smaitawi is a word that he's saying can be used to be symbolic of yoga, okay? Because of the fact that it represents the idea of unity, unifying two opposites together and creating balance, right? And so as you see in the image, you see the windpipe, you see the lungs, actually where their feet are at the bottom on the left image, and on both images, you see that where the feet are, they're putting their feet on the actual lungs, and you see the windpipe being pulled together. That is a political statement about the unification of Upper and Lower Kemet. But he saw it as also being something that can symbolize that can symbolize the practice and the science of yoga. Okay. And then many, many years later, somebody wrote a book called Egyptian Yoga. And after that book came out, we started to say Kemetic Yoga so that we can make the lineage, make that connection, because Dr. Hapi, he had made a instructional video called Egyptian Yoga back in the 1980s. And then later on, somebody wrote a book called Egyptian Yoga, but never gave any acknowledgement to the work of Dr. Hapi, and never gave any acknowledgement to Babakar Khan, who 30 years before that had already, had been writing about and using the term Smaitawi. So that's where some of the kind of sometimes sometimes becomes kind of controversial because people get, worked up over some of this stuff. But these are the facts. Dr. Hapi, you can look it up. He made a video in somewhere around 1980 called Egyptian Yoga. So then somebody write a book with the same name, but never says nothing about Dr. Hapi. So I don't think it even bothered him that much, but it bothered me. So I say stuff about it.
Yeah, I think that's important. The acknowledgement and honoring the lineage, of course. And I'm grateful that you elaborated on that, because I've always wanted to know. Because sometimes, like for me, I'm not invested in any particular lineage. I'm practicing on my own, but I think it's important for people to know and to honor the legacy and all the work that has been put into practicing this tradition and activating it. And it is a science. I think that it's very important to put respect on it as a scientific practice. So I love everything that you've shared so far.
And the only thing else that I can think to say about that before I don't want to stop nobody else from saying nothing, but when we say Kemetic Yoga, it is a specific practice. It's not the same as just saying, oh, in ancient Egypt, they did their arm like this. So if I put my arm up like that, we use what I call rule of 4 breathing and geometric progression. We move the breath in a certain way. Those are the things that Dr. Hapi is talking about. Moving your breath in such a way that it's going to actually cause a tangible change in your whole makeup of who you are, both on a physical level, on an energetic level, and on a psycho-emotional level. So this is the science of it. The thing that Dr. Hapi is a doctor of nephropathy. Nephropathy is a science of healing. When we studied with him, we was learning anatomy, physiology, pathology, biochemistry. We was learning all of these different principles. We wasn't just, oh, look at the picture, let's do like that. We was learning this movement affects you in this way because it literally affects this part of your nervous system. It stimulates this particular neurotransmitter, which has this particular effect upon your brain chemistry and upon your emotional state and how you think and how you feel. This particular practice that we do increases your lungs' ability to take in more breath. These are we was dealing with science. And I don't want to get too excited, but when we was doing stuff like like you hear people about they go deep into the ocean and they hold their breath. We was doing that a long time ago. We hear people talking about they go into the cold and they can stay in the cold water for a long, long time. We was doing that 50, 40, 45, 50 years ago. So we was already doing the things that people just sort of fantasized about. We were already incorporating those practices into what we were doing because we had an understanding of the breath, of energy. We understood the science of these things, right? Because of the background that Dr. Hapi had. And then we studied Tai Chi, we studied Qigong, because when you look at Kemet, you have to realize that Kemet was conquered. Kemet was the legacy and the continuation of the culture, and the science was disrupted by the conquest of the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, and so on and so forth, right? The Europeans later. And so the science of ancient Kemet was suppressed. But if you look at what the Chinese, you look at what the Indians, you look at these different cultures, you sort of can see what they did. And because they got their science from us in Africa. So you could sort of see certain aspects of what they talk about and the science of that they do, and you could sort of extrapolate that back to Kemet. And then when you look at, so what we did with the positive immortality under the tutelage of Dr. Hapi was that we sort of reverse engineered it, because all we saw was an image on the wall, on a chair. And so it didn't have no instructions about how to get into the position, how to move through it geometrically, how to come out of it, how to use the breath. There was no instructions with it. We just saw a finished product. And so that's where the concept of how we go into movements and postures and how we come out of movements and postures. This is the science of it. And that's what is lacking in a lot of the things that people are teaching under the rubric of, oh, this is Kemetic. And so that's the power of Kemetic Yoga, because of the fact that it is rooted in this particular science. It's not just, oh, I just feel like doing like this, and I'm gonna do this and do that. Is your practice based upon the correctness of your anatomy? Is it based upon an understanding of physiology? Is it based upon what we call best practices and quality assurance? Is this the best practice that's going to prevent you? You've been doing this, you're going to do this for 10 years, and after 10 years, you're going to have arthritis in your ankle or your knee because you're not doing the pose properly and you're not breathing properly. You're just looking at an image on the wall from ancient Egypt and you're saying, I'm going to do like that. But it's not but you're not trained in anatomy, physiology, pathology, and all those type of things. That's what we got from Dr. Hapi. So we had the foundation, and that's what we teach in our Kemetic Yoga teacher trainings.
And then also, in looking at the development of the student in the Kemetic Yoga science moves from the level of just learning how to do forms for longevity to the level of actually knowing how this breath works and helping those, particularly the elders, start to restore their power. Now, in order to do this, you have to know the 4 elements of the breath. So if I ask any of you all goddesses, what is the 4 elements of the breath? You studied, whatever yoga you studied. Well, in the system that we teach, when we deal with the elders who have lost the power of this breath and now they're
We can't hear you. Can we hear him?
No, I think the audio.
Your audio went out. It was so good.
Baba Hapi,
Am I
can you
back
hear us?
on? Am I back on? Can you hear
yes.
me? Thank you.
Yeah.
So I spoke about these 4 elements. And these 4 elements in the breath, if you study any system, you study yoga with the Indians and Tai Chi with the Chinese and all this, these 4 elements is the backbone to the entire system of the blueprint. We say, what blueprint is that? That's the blueprint that the baby was given to give him the power to walk. Did the baby have instructions? But the baby did one thing, and what was that? Cry. Did the baby cry every day? Did they every day? Did they cry multiple times a day? And each time they did, they were building this electrical power. 3-4 months in, they got enough power to turn over. Now it moves from the electrical power to the mechanical power. Another 4 months, they step. But before they step, they crawl. They turn over, they crawl for 4 months, and they're building the power because they're still crying every day, building that power. And then they take it to the point that the day they step. Now that's the day the phenomenal happened because unconsciously, they stepped into those 4 elements of the breath. But when we get older, we don't know about these elements. And what we do in the temple, we restore them through these elements. Well, what are they? The first element is the element of the contraction. The wah. How long do they do that? Until we are disturbed. That's the first element to then bring in the second element of the breath. Second element of the breath is the length. They go, wah, they go. They catch the length and they catch the speed. The length and the speed ties in with the strength. Well, where's that the strength for? It's for the heart. The heart is move circulation, move the oxygen, and tying up the nervous system to make it more finer. And then in those 4 elements of the breath, the depth, which is the strength, the length, the speed. And when we look at those length, depth, speed, and strength, it creates a rhythm. It creates this rhythm. We teach our elders. The first rhythm is the rhythm. The first rhythm is the slow, because that's where the elder's breath is. So the elder goes into like here. Can't even get it that long. They start running out of it. So that's the first breath. It becomes weak. The second breath, we can't go deep. We become shallow. The body, the nervous system become weaker. They start getting weaker. The third breath is the strength. How strong is my breath? Because in that breath is the force. Well, what force is that? That's the force that make the electrons pop and let the body become animated. So in our system, we start out with our elders. We do a 4-breath pattern. Exhale like the what? Like the baby. And then try to grab that breath to make it longer in the length of it. Then we grab the strength. How strong? Through the nostrils. And how fast? The fast is the one tells that the heart is getting stronger. We start out with the slow. We call it first speed. And the elder is struggling. After we turn up the power, we go into the second speed. When we hit the third speed, the elder is starting to restore their power. We go here. And when we hit the fourth speed, the elder is restoring. Sounds like this. Now imagine running 2,000 of those, and you're not dizzy. Your heart is not straining. And when you finish, you go, let's run it again. So these are the 4 breaths that we fine-tune to the elders, and we bring them back to the forms. We bring them back to the power they used to have. And we say we have re-engineered that. The power that the baby has, we have now mastered it to bring it to the elder. We have the blueprint. And that blueprint can take them not just from the canes, but from a paralyzed bed. We have those who have been in paralyzed bed. They are now walking. But not just walking. They can lift the walker up and carry the walker while they walk. I know y'all don't want to see that. I know y'all don't want to see a demonstration of that. Would you?
Where is your practice?
One person who was paralyzed for 2 years, couldn't raise their head. The doctors gave up on him. Say, put them in a nursing home, throw them away, no more physical therapy. Now they walk.
They want to know where your practice is at, Dr. Hapi.
They want to see the excerpt.
They want to know where your practice is.
Where is your practice?
How to get in touch with you.
Well, we are in the land of the wind, where the breath is the greatest in Chicago. Chicago is the land of the wind. And if you were to come one time and lay on our table, we will show you a manifestation of supernatural. The ancestors were into this power and they had mastered it. You lay on our table one time and there will be an epiphany. You will experience how you were in the past, and you were being taught these secrets of this breath and how the power of your holy temple, how the power of your body, how it would exuberate this energy. One session with us, God, is one session. Your life will be changed forever. And you will meet our elders in their 76 that can smoke, LeBron James and Stephen Curry in the same breath. Now, do you all deserve to come to our temple and visit and get an experience that you would never? In fact, it was the beginning of your journey that we call journeying to the mountain where the sun blaze in your eyes. When you learn these secrets, you will be transformed. You'll be like, we're staring at the temple of Hapi. We're moving in.
You know, I want to say this, that when I met Dr. Hapi, I was in my early 20s when I started to practice yoga, and Dr. Hapi was a much younger man himself too, and he was actually studying at the Naturopathic College in Chicago, and they had a clinic, and they would give treatments to people, and he was actually treating people who had disease like Parkinson's disease and so on and so forth, and those people were recovering from those ailments, and he was getting awards. And see, one of the things that we in our community, we don't realize where things come from. We don't realize who were the pioneers and things. So, and I'm skipping on his name now. One of the great masters in naturopathic medicine, his name was Roland Sidney. And Roland Sidney, I saw him take a white guy who had acne all over his face, and he just did some manipulation, moving his head a certain way and stuff like that. And you can watch in real time the acne start to disappear. Okay. And so I'm saying this to say that, you know, we've had great masters. In Chicago, we just had the opportunity. And so, to be around people like Roland Sidney, Asar Hapi, Albina Fulton. Albina Fulton was who taught Dick Gregory. Albina Fulton was the person who started within the United States, started this whole movement that we call holistic health and cleansing and fasting and things like that. There was a Black woman in the city of Chicago who was I think she was from Mississippi or something like that, right? And so they started this whole movement, but we don't know anything, and we don't acknowledge this past, and we're not understanding the science that went into these things. These people were very educated people. They wasn't just, making up stuff off the top of their head, what they feel. I myself, I've been to Kemet 40 times. So I don't just look at videos and look at books and then just start saying stuff. When when we have a system in Kemetic Yoga, and this goes back to lineage. It's called Ma'at Ka. We have something called Tekken sequence. We have various sequences that have evolved over time that came because I actually went to Kemet and I learned certain things, not just by observing the what's on the walls of the temples, but also being able to make contact with that spiritual and metaphysical reality, and being able to, make those connections and then bring them back. And when I started to teach people like Dr. Hapi is talking about teaching the seniors, when I first came back from one of my trips to Kemet, I went there and I'm just going to use the term that everybody can understand, like a download. And this download involved what we call Ma'at Ka now, and what we call Tekken sequence. Nobody else was doing that. When I came back to Chicago, I started to teach some senior citizens Ma'at Ka and Tekken sequence. And they were telling me, oh, my back doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, this health issue and that health issue doesn't hurt anymore. One person had breast cancer. Her breast cancer went away, So what I'm saying is that the science that we're working with when we talk about yoga is much, much more than just imitating positions that we see on the walls of temples. or imitating poses and things that we see in books. There's a whole total science to it, and it's built upon an experience of traveling to Kemet, looking at, to travel to Kemet, it costs thousands of dollars just for one person to go there. So I've been there 40 times, and I'm not making a whole bunch of money going there. I'm going there because I'm making that investment to go and actually see things for myself, and making observations and having those experiences.
May I just say really quick, at the end of the documentary, when you're watching that sequence of the brother, that is the Ma'at sequence.
Yeah, and that's brother Armani Kush in Brazil.
Yes.
And so, when you was talking about like how many certified Kemetic yoga teachers are there? Today there are 20,000 Kemetic yoga people who are trained and certified in Kemetic yoga. I don't think there is a larger Black-owned and operated yoga school on the planet Earth. And so we literally have influenced and touched millions of people because we train people to become instructors. And the purpose of training so many instructors is so that we can multiply ourselves and we can reach all over. We have instructors in New Zealand. We have instructors in Turkey now, in Italy, Australia. There's no continent on the earth. There's very few countries on the earth where we do not have teachers located. And everything that we do, other than like documentaries that people like Gail is making, it's all under the radar. We don't get no funding. We don't appear on CNN. We don't, nobody see us nowhere. The History Channel don't call us up like they call certain people who, just happen to have a little darker skin. They don't call us, because we're coming with a certain authenticity.
Mm-hmm. There are a few questions specifically to Kemetic yoga that I want to allow the people who are watching live, who ask the questions, to have a chance for you all to respond to. Before we go into those, I would love to answer this question, please. This is to you, Dr. Moore. What book would you recommend for beginners to learn about melanin? Because I know we had put your book. Is that a good start? The Science and Myth of Melanin?
Yeah, could be a good start. I also wrote The Science of Melanin because that book right there is being published by someone that is not giving me credit for my own work, believe it or not. But The Science of Melanin on my website, and also wrote Dark Matters, Dark Secrets. I also wrote Pigment Power. So, and also wrote Why Darkness Matters with Bruce Bynum, Ann Brown, and Richard King. May his soul rest in peace. So just check out the website. There's much
And these
literature.
are all on your website?
Correct.
All right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and put that in the chat as well. I put it in earlier, but just so people can take a look at those other books as well. And the Science of Melanin is
Yeah, see, just like Gail is doing her own filming, and she works with a brother named Blue Soul is the organization that she's doing with. We have to control our work. As Brother Yirser said about, PBS and other stations aren't coming to us, but we must control our work so what we can put out. So I, via Zamani Press, put out the work on melanin rather than worrying about having someone else control my work. So that's where it comes from.
Okay, thank you. We also had a question that said, in Kemetic Yoga, what is the purpose of placing the tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth during practice?
Go ahead, Brother Yirser.
That is something that is in Indian yoga. It is called Kachari Mudra. And the purpose of it is that you have 3 points along the hard palate at the roof of your mouth. And each one of those points is a connection point between two opposite energies that operate in the body. When we talk about energy, we're talking about something that cannot be seen on an X-ray or an MRI. So in the front area of your body, there flows what we call a feminine channel of energy, and it ends at the tip of your tongue. There's a masculine energy, channel that moves up the back. It goes to the top of your head, and then it goes. And, this is something they don't really tell you. I'm going into a little bit more detail. It actually goes through the top of your head, and then it goes to the middle of your midbrain, which is something that Dr. Moore talks a lot about, but that whole area of the middle part of the brain where the pineal gland is located. And so when you put your tongue along the roof of your mouth, the most powerful point is the one that corresponds to where your hard palate and your soft palate connects at. And that point is corresponding to where your pineal gland would be in the middle part of your brain, right? And so you are making a circuit of energy that is penetrating through the pineal gland by connecting the tip of the tongue to the roof of the mouth. So you're connecting that male energy and that feminine energy. And when I say male and female, I'm not talking about like a man and a woman. I'm talking about two qualities of energy that just happen to be opposite. Just like you might say positive and negative, electric and magnetic, and so on and so forth, right? We just use the term male and female in a relative type of way. Okay. And so in our practice, we do this tongue connection for that purpose. And one of the positive effects of tongue connection is that it allows your energy not to be siphoned off from you. Energy goes from a point of greater concentration to lesser concentration. There's some kind of law of physics that deals with that, right? Greater concentration to lesser concentration. If I'm doing my practices and I have all this big energy and stuff, but then I'm in contact with somebody because I may have to come close to them or touch them. I might do massage on them or whatever. That person's energy, by it being lower, it may actually siphon my energy off. Tongue connection helps you to protect yourself from that energy being siphoned. And so when we practice Kemetic Yoga, so when you see us doing Kemetic Yoga, our tongue is connected to the roof of the mouth. We are breathing using rooted for breathing. These are constant things that we're doing. We're not just doing, some nilly-willy type of pose. Everything we're doing is designed in a certain manner. It's very specific and it's very scientific. And so that's the reason for doing the tongue connection.
And that helps to balance the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system with the pineal gland, which is considered the third eye. So when you combine that in a electromagnetic effect through the physical action of the forms, you create the vortex of the energy so that your body's healing processes or your body's healing ability heighten. So as you get older, instead of getting weak and then the organs getting weak, system getting weak, taking a bunch of medication, having a bunch of suffering, dealing with a bunch of side effects from the medication, having a loss of your functions and your quality of your functions, that the Kemetic Yoga science brings you up. It elevates you. And then when you didn't get a chance to get in on it and you're elder and you missed out on it, we then take you back into that whole process gently while laying on a table. While not doing any forms, just laying on the table and doing the breathing, we start bringing your power back so that you can then start coming back into the forms to restore yourself again. So our whole system is extremely, extremely analytical. It's extremely intellectual. It's extremely electrifying. It's extremely geometrical in its concept of generating the power that you deserve and desire to have as you gain the time of life. The question is, when you move into your 40s, are you moving like your 30s? When you move into your 50s, are you feeling like your 25s? When you move into your 65 and 75, do you have the internal power of a 25-year-old? And if you do, you won't be on any medication. Your body will feel and move like a young person, and then only then, when you gain the understanding of this knowledge, and now you become a healer. Now you help to bring this power up among those among you. This is what our ancients did. And so we're talking about a power. We're not just talking about some breathing. We're talking about a power. We're not just talking about doing a little breathing over here, doing a couple of postures, a couple of stunts over here. No. We're talking about that energy that raised that baby up and got that baby to be a terrible 1 and 2 year old. Do you all know what I feel, what I'm talking about? That baby that the grandparents have a hard time keeping up with. Because the grandparents' power is weak and the baby's power is strong. We say that as an elder, you should have more power than that baby. You should tell that baby to breathe with you. And when you learn this breathing, you take that breathing to that baby start breathing. That baby say, Grandma, I'm getting sleepy. That's because you're putting the breath on the baby to help cool them out and recharge them. And so we're saying we have the blueprint. So now how many of our people need to know this blueprint? How many people you know who are in suffering? How many elders you know who are on a bunch of medication? How many elders do you know whose breath has gotten short? They're on a cane. Power has become weak. So we teach the process of the wings of the ancestors. These wings are the two states of the movement of your breath. And when you cultivate these wings, that is the yin and the yang, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic. That is the charging of your chakras. And when you do this, you start to restore. So we have that group of young people. We try to teach it to them to keep them in it. And so that they can walk with it and flow with it and stay youthful. And then those who didn't get up on it, we bring it back from the retrofit. And we teach them the power from the baby up. And we bring them back on so that they can be vital again. So
listen to Dr. Hapi reminds me of when we would take yoga class. Like yoga class supposed to start at 6 in the evening. So we started 6 in the evening, supposed to go to 7:30, 8 o'clock. We would mostly get finished around midnight, because we would have our average class was 6 hours. Like now, if we have a class for an hour and a half to 2 hours, everybody be passing out. They ready to fall asleep. I gotta leave. I gotta go eat. Our average class was like 6 hours. We were doing things, and then when the core of us brothers would get together, we're like a core of brothers, we would get together, we would go to certain places, and we would go into the pool. We taught ourselves how to hold our breath under the water for 6 minutes, because we were doing intense training involving swimming, breathing exercises, fire breathing, so on and so forth, And I'm saying that to say that, your master teachers are people who have done practices. They're not just people talking stuff, off the top of their head. Master teachers are people who have done the work. And so that's what you have to look at when you look at, well, who am I going to be listening to, and who am I going, you're going to just listen to slick videos, or you're going to listen to somebody who actually has done the real work.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's very important. It's the quality, as you put it, the quality of the knowledge base coming through practice and embodiment, I think is very important. I also wanted to just circle back to you, Dr. Moore, because I'm wondering, as we were talking about, because the question that's still on the screen that Baba Yirser was just answering, is there a connection to what we were talking about earlier, to the melanin and specifically the pineal gland?
Yeah, so it was interesting as you talk about that tongue on the top of the roof, that's where the cella turcus is, where the pituitary gland is, right below, say, bottom of the brain, but right above with that roof of the top of the mouth is. So you think about that, you're stimulating the hormones. So without a question, melanin, hormones, and chemicals all are connected to this whole story. With the breath, the largest cranial nerve that exists that goes to the rest of your body is called the vagus nerve, cranial nerve 10.
Mm-hmm.
So as you're breathing, you're stimulating that part of the brain or those parts of the brain. You're connecting to your breath and your digestive system. So the whole connection. Melanin, I'm just saying, becomes the carbon-based molecule that is absorbing all the chemicals and keeping those things in a finite capacity for what? Elevating consciousness. So again, pituitary gland, you got the thalamus, hypothalamus, you got the pineal up top. It's all like a corridor of organs that are stimulated. When they're stimulated, again, you have a whole different level of consciousness. And the reason why the emphasis on the pineal gland in the center of the head is because if you look at where the pineal gland is actually located, it is right there. It's called the so-called third eye, but it probably is the first eye. It's the vestigial organ because it doesn't work like these eyes do here. But when your eyes are closed, you're seeing some things. You're having some intuitiveness. It releases a chemical called melatonin, not melanin, but melatonin at nighttime. That's also assisting with your dream state. So the relationship to melanin with all this is that it's a chemical that is produced by some of these hormones.
And then also, the pineal gland focuses on, when you're breathing, balancing the breath so that you are releasing serotonin and melatonin at different times during the night, releasing the melatonin so you can go into deep sleep and restore yourself. Balance the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system out, where the parasympathetic is resting and healing you. And then you're supposed to be stimulating the sympathetic so that as you're breathing, as you're starting to wake, you're releasing serotonin. And that particular chemical, that hormone, gives you your sense of well-being. It gives you the sense of the balance between the sleep and the woke and the tired and the recharged. So one is doing that, and that's what one does in the meditation. When one goes in the meditation and the yoga, one is balancing these two, they're balancing it so that you're releasing these chemicals. Because even in your meditation, when you master it correctly, you are able to sleep while conscious. And when you are sleeping, you are releasing the melatonin. And in half an hour, you could get 4 hours of rest and feel refreshed. And then in that same period of time, when you wake up, it's like you've released the serotonin. So your body feels well, it feels healed, recharged. All this, you're controlling these chemicals through your breathing. But who was being taught that in yoga class, where you just go through a bunch of forms right quick? Then the class is over, and what have you learned to cultivate? And this is what our elders need. They need to know this, because most of them can't sleep at night because they're not releasing the melatonin nor the serotonin. So when they wake up in the morning, they're tired. They're not refreshed. And so all of this is taught in the monastery.
It also makes me think about like the technology and the devices that are being used, the lights from the screens, and how those are creating imbalances for people. So I think across the board, it is important for people to recognize that the breath is technology and that there's a way that we can heal ourselves and address a lot of these. I think someone had put in the chat earlier, they said easily preventable diseases. So I also put on the screen, Dr. Hapi, Anne asked you, does the breath itself have a pH level, or does it just affect the body's pH balance?
That is a very wonderful question. When you are doing this breathing, be it running forms or not, when we are in the intention of breathing, controlling the frequencies of the breath, we are actually triggering the pH to its highest frequency. Well, what is that? That's alkaline, which means when you are doing the breathing that we speak of, you are training the breath to change the pH of your oxygen. Now, this pH, when people are unbalanced, they move more toward the acidic state. They release serotonin. I'm sorry, not the serotonin. They release the estrogen, the chemical from the kidney. They release this chemical, and this chemical is what caused them to get stressed. So when one stimulates this breath and controls this breath, one's pH go up, their blood become alkaline. It is the first pH alkalizer. Did you all know that? Your breathing is the first pH alkalizer. Water is the second. Your food is the third. And that's why when you eat the food that's more acidic, you lose the alkalinity and you start moving toward dis-ease. The dis-ease then go into inflammation. It goes into infection. So we're saying, if you really learn this breath, you are moving into the alkaline state just from your breath. And if you then come into the garden more and stay in the garden, you gain more alkalinity. And then if you drink the purest of the water that has a pH of 9.5, negative hydrogen, not positive. Most people are drinking alkaline water, it's a positive hydrogen. That hydrogen does not electrify your cells like the negative hydrogen. They create, say, oxidative reduction potential, which means what? It means it slows down the deterioration of your cell. It slows down your cell breaking down. It slows down the cell oxidizing. And when something becomes oxidized, it becomes rancid. When oil is oxidized, it becomes rancid. And so this breath that we speak of, the pH is the first level from the breath that we work on. So every day we're alkalizing if we are doing this intentional breath. But if you are not, and you're eating from the fast food places, you're eating all the acidic food, the burgers and all the food and all the flour, you can only become acidic. And when you become acidic, inflammation and discomfort, disease come upon you. But when you stay alkalized with this breath, and as Brother Yirser was saying, Master Yirser, we're saying, you run a 6-hour class. Can you imagine how alkalized you are after a 6-hour class? And we say, this is the science that we walk with. As I stated, we have a blueprint. When you study this blueprint, you only get better and better and better because you're alkalizing at every level of your intake. Oxygen is first, water is second, and then the dense is the food. That's why we must stay close to the garden because it's more alkalized. Your greens, your chlorophyll, your iron, the essentials that make your oxygen give you the vitality of the force of life.
For sure. Give thanks. I have there are a few more questions. I also want to honor the time as well.
Yes, we've been past it.
We're
sorry we went past it. That tends to happen when we have these discussions.
Yes, that's why we're navigating eternity. That's our first orientation for Hmt Ntr Ma'at is we got to get out of the time. The time.
You got to come into our divine time. The divine time. It is when we're finished. By that time, everything and everybody should have a fullness of understanding the gratitude and the greatness of our ancestors and the knowledge we move forward to bring that to our youngsters and to elevate and rescue our elders.
I see. So one of the questions that Brother Rob asked, he's one of the members of Hmt Ntr Ma'at. He says, what's the future for Kemetic Yoga? Schools all over the country, world. I know that you've already trained so many instructors, but can you share what the vision is for you?
Well, you know, the vision is in the process of being created. And it started years ago. So the vision is to have Kemetic Yoga become ubiquitous around the world. To have people doing Kemetic Yoga all the time. So if you any part of the day, there's a bunch of people in this part of the world, even while you are asleep, there's somebody in different parts of the world where they are woke, where they're practicing Kemetic Yoga. We have people all over the world doing the Ma'at Ka challenge, right? 42 days of Ma'at Ka, based upon the 42 principles or the 42, negative confessions of Ma'at and so on and so forth, right? So Kemetic Yoga is spreading. That has been part of a plan to train people all over the planet. We have the African Kemetic Yoga Initiative, which is a plan to train people in Kemetic Yoga all over Africa and throughout the African diaspora. So that's why I say we have over 20,000 people trained. So we have, and so each one of those people, each one of those individuals who are trained and certified in Kemetic Yoga, many of them open up their own yoga studio, they open up their own yoga school, and so on and so forth. In Brazil, for example, we had about 60 people trained. Then we had about 95 trained, and now we're gonna have. I'll be there in a few weeks. I'll be back in Brazil, and it's gonna be a lot more people there. So it'll be over 120 people because they're gonna have a graduation. So the plan is that number one, you have to get people trained and certified in the practice who can become teachers and who are teaching others. Economically, that allows people to, teach classes and be able to earn income from teaching classes. And instead of being like, for example, like one economic thing that people do is like they might sell drugs and stuff like that. Now they are selling the breath. They're selling yoga. They're selling health and wellness and exposing people to things that they may not have known about. And that's making a whole totally different economy, right? People who become certified in Kemetic Yoga, they can also participate with us to take people to on our trips to Kemet. They can also sponsor teacher training courses in their community. When Sister Matisha Suda, when she came to Jamaica and she, and got her training, and she came back on a Saturday, on a Sunday, she was already teaching yoga classes in Las Vegas. And she started a yoga school in Kemetic Yoga School in Las Vegas. She sponsored a Soul Yoga Fest in Las Vegas, which there's about maybe 2 or 3 different Soul Yoga Fests take place in Las Vegas. In Chicago, we have Soul Yoga Fest. This is all part of the plan. We have Soul Yoga Fest in Chicago every year for about almost the last 20 years. We have Soul Yoga Fest in Brazil. This is going to be the first one in Brazil in October. We had it in Las Vegas. We've had it in Jamaica twice. We're going to be doing it in Gambia, West Africa, and in May of this coming year, next 2026. So the plan is being carried out. As more and more people become involved with it, as more and more people support it, because we don't get funding, we don't have no corporations backing what we're doing and none of that kind of stuff. We're doing everything from scratch. We're doing everything community-based. When we do Soul Yoga Fest in Chicago, for example, I sent out a press release. Don't press people come. It's rare that they send out the press to see what we're doing. But we have 2,000 people come out, but the press ain't covering it, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So Yoga Fest is the largest free yoga festival in the whole, that's not on the East Coast or the West Coast. So that's part of our plan.
Okay.
And then, the other part is just to continue to spread it and train people and so on. And from that, we're going to open up institutions where we're going to have physical institutions in Chicago and multiple cities around the country and around the world, physical buildings that are going to house Kemet. It's called the Institute of Kemetic Yoga, and so that's part of our vision, along with a whole bunch of other stuff.
Okay, well, we're very interested. I know that Sister Kai, myself, our Sister Leonie all want to do the training. So maybe that's something that we could curate for our Tehuti Ma'at community. But also all of these other programs that you spoke about, are they on the website, the kemeticyogaskills.com?
Yes, they are. Everything is listed on the website. All of our tours, all of our teacher training. You know, we have a very elaborate online self-paced teacher training that a person can do that's affordable. You can come to Jamaica if you really want to learn how to do Kemetic yoga in an intensive type of way and just spend 10 days in the sun.
Yeah, we want to go to Jamaica.
But come to Jamaica, get you some, you be drinking coconut water all day in the sun, going to the beach, and all that stuff, and we be doing it in Jamaica. Gail, you've been to Jamaica, right?
I've only been to Kemet with you to do my teacher training.
That's even better.
I've seen the pictures, though. Looks incredible.
Come back to Kemet because we got a place in
I saw that. That's incredible.
Island. We have a whole little island
in Nubia. Yes.
And you can go out there and you can swim in the Nile River. You can walk, you can wade into the water. You don't have to be able to swim even. And so we got a place there, that it's not a place, but it's a place that we work with. That's owned by a Black Nubian brother.
Oh, sure.
And it's on the island.
Is it on the island, the Elephantine? That island?
It's not on that island. It's a lot of islands in that area of the Nile because they did a flood, when they built the Aswan Dam, and a lot of some of the land is still sticking up, and so they built resorts on those land. But this island is right in view of Philae Temple. Philae Temple is a temple that was built to our set.
Yeah. I've been there.
Yeah, and so you got to take a boat to get to Philae, right? And so this island, we're offshore. You got to take a boat to be there, to get there. So we take boats around and stuff like that, And then there's all kind of different temples, remnants of temples that are sort of sticking up out of the water that was submerged when they built the Aswan Dam. And so we get on a boat and we visit those places. We sort of see, certain places in Aswan, which is what in the area which is called Nubia, and we see this temple was built to Asar thousands of years ago. This is a place. This temple was built in an area where they say Asar was born, thousands of years ago, but now it's submerged under the water. So, so we do a lot, we see and do a lot of things that are very different than what other people are doing, and plus the hotel that we stay in, it's very beautiful. I was there when they was building it, and they asked me questions. I said, "Well, you should put this, and you should do it like that, so we can have this place to do yoga, and so on and so forth. And you should have this area for massage and stuff. You should have this area over here by the water where people can get mud baths and stuff like that." So it's a lot of different things that's set up there that a lot of people, people just don't know about, but things that we're doing and that are going to grow and become bigger and better as we move into the future.
So as you learn these systems that we've been creating over a period of 55 years, recreating and bringing the blueprint back to that of understanding the power that the baby developed to walk. You will be learning in your advanced classes how to learn how to use that power to bring it to the elders, to bring them off their canes and bring them out of their walkers and paralyzed beds. Now that's the part where you become the healer, and all of these sciences that relates to the physiology of the body and the restoration of the mind. That's when your yoga science moves to the higher level. The lower level of you just learning the forms and learning how to just get yourself a little healthier. But once you really tap into understanding how this breath really works as a power source, you now move to the level of the healer. The healer is the priest in the temple that teaches the people how to restore this power because they have all the secrets of the breath, and it becomes supernatural. Now, at that point, you will have a greater understanding of this breath like you never have in all the days of your life. As I stated before, the first time you lay on my table, you're taken to a whole nother level of understanding how this breath works, how it electrifies the nervous system, how it improves the skeletal muscular system, how it improves the digestive system, how it heightens the functions of your organs and tone them up. The first time you lay on the table, you will gain an understanding what a healer really is as it relates to someone who first just started studying yoga. They just started doing a few postures until eventually they become a walking priest and priestess of this knowledge. And that's what the ancestors were showing. The gods and goddesses of this knowledge who had the big wings. Those wings were the wings of the power of this breath. And we all have the opportunity to master. But first you must start with what we call the little wings. Start doing your postures. From there, as you start being exposed to these higher levels of this knowledge, you learn the ability to work with this power, to literally work with this power and teach our elders how to work with this power and bring this power back. Now, should that be our plan to rescue our elders? Should that be the plan that when we get to be the elders, that we have the youthfulness of a 25-year-old? Should that be our plan? Goddesses?
Plan.
So that's what we
Yes,
will
it
teach
should.
you. So when you come to our temples and you get with us, you will have a magnificent manifestation of what this healing is all about and the power therein that our ancestors walked with through this pyramid that the Europeans call the nostrils. But the ancients call it the power to the two doors of life. Should we know those doors? And then when we get deep into those doors, we get into what we call the golden door. And that door is where your breath becomes the longest you've ever had. And in that door, that's where they show the golden wings at the top of the pictures, because now you have manifested the power of a full falcon, that power of the force of the regeneration itself. And we say, do you all deserve golden wings, goddesses? I can't hear you.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Golden is the wings we deserve to have.
Yes, sir.
That's what our ancestors walked with. This divine power gave them the strength. Heru, hero of self. Heteru, hero of self. He who stands up, he who rises up with his breath in the crown of the breath. Become hero and shiro of ourselves. Are you all trying to be heroes and shiros of yourselves? Shiro, she rose up and claimed the crown. Are you all trying to be that?
Yes.
You
Absolutely.
Yes,
deserve
we
it.
are.
You deserve it. So we
Dr.
just keep coming
Asar.
this way, keep fluttering this way, get with us and experience these demonstrations and see where you must and where you should be heading as this involvement of your power become greater. Do you deserve the greatness of the power of our ancestor goddesses and gods? The heroes and sheroes of themselves? Yes, you do. So you come and get with me, and I will have a delight for you. When you get up off the table, you will be in an amazement of the power of your breath.
Dr. Asar.
Yes, Sister Gail.
I promised that I would share your contact information with them, but as our elder, do we have your permission to close out? I think that's the direction we're going
You
in.
do, my goddess, you do.
Ashe, thank you.
Ashe.
And I wanted to just say there was a brother who did ask one question.
Oh yeah, of course, please.
What would your advice be to the younger generation to uplift and educate one another in today's social media age that can often spread misinformation? And I think that would be a good one for anyone who wants to touch on, because it is a very important question.
I would start with we must learn the secrets of this breath, the secret that we walk with, that we sit right in front of the mirror with. And in this breath, when we learn it properly, it will have a social effect on our community. from our young children to our elders. There will be a respect, an honor, because they will learn that this is a power they have never learned and that the elders must teach them. There will be a respect from our youngsters. Not only will they respect the elders of this knowledge, but they will have homage to the ancestors who held it with great care and did not allow this sacred knowledge to just be dissipated into society whereby we would never know it and our children could never be rescued. When we look at what happens in our society and we see our children losing the power of these two serpents that live in their bodies, and they get caught up in the drugs, and they get caught up in the loss of their emotional self, and they get killed because they get upset and they start acting out, creating danger for themselves in the street. When we teach them the secret of the peace that the breath will give, we will teach our children how to have harmony with each other. The Ankhs will be the symbol that will allow them, when they see it, they walk in peace. Let me walk in peace with them. We will be the rescuers of our children. We will protect them and elevate them to the level that our harmony of our society comes back to the one. Do we see that harmony in society, in our community? No. We see death all upon our children. So we will bring that as they come into the monasteries and learn the secret of becoming one with oneself, one with one family, one with one neighbors, and one with the community, that we become the humanity that is supposed to be demonstrated as it was in the past, as they carried the Ankhs.
Well, what I would
May
say,
I ask? Oh,
go ahead.
I was going to.
I'm sorry, Gil. Go ahead.
Okay, it's okay. It's all good. I would say social media is a new construct, and it is a distraction, and it creates impatience. So we should limit our social media. Everything is in
correct.
sound bites,
That's
and
correct.
it's entertainment. So it's just like a movie you may watch. So limit yourself to an hour a day, maybe. For example, iPhones will tell you at the end of the week how many hours you've spent online on social media. It's almost embarrassing when I see the number. I thought, wow, what I could have been creating in that time. So social media does not allow you to create. So limit it. Social media is not real. It's just like what Yirser said. It's potentially people who may take a subject that is trending and they present themselves as a professional, but they have no experience or years truly in it. And they're doing it for clickbait and because they may be influencers. And there's nothing wrong with that, because I'm Aquarian, I understand air, and I know that social media is here. It's not going to go away, but you have to understand how to use it. So I would say cut back social media and pick up a book.
Yeah.
That's all.
So I agree with what Sister Gail is saying, and in addition, I feel like because social media is a reality, it's a fact. So we have to learn how to use it as a tool for our own purposes more effectively. You know, because you're taking, if you can create videos, you can create reels, or even documentaries like we have now, and you could put a whole hour, 2 hour long documentary on YouTube, or you can create reels and little shorter videos that you can use on social media like Instagram and TikTok and stuff like that. To me, these are ways that we can influence people by putting forth the good information. My young brother Ahmad, I know he does that type of work. At least he's in that field, and so we just need to have younger people like yourself helping us, older people, to put forth the content, to create the content that's going to go on social media. And because believe it or not, I think I'm pretty good with social media, but I don't have the patience to really sit down and just do all the little detailed stuff. And it doesn't come intuitively to me the way it comes to other people, So, So we just need younger people to have the consciousness to want to create content that's going to be beneficial to people. And in addition, we should limit ourselves from these bright screens and computers and phones and stuff like that. We need to put a limitation on it, but we also need to raise the vibration on the content that's available. Because I see some great videos. I see videos on my African history, African civilizations, and some of them have really good graphics and AI and stuff like that. So if it's positive and it's but we get caught up into like a whole bunch of silly stuff and crazy stuff that really holds our attention so much.
Yeah. I agree entirely. I think that there's really a need for more intergenerational connection. That was the first thing that I thought about when I saw the question as I was listening to everything that you all were sharing, the legacy, the lineage. There's so much information. There's so many elders, and I believe in the documentary you mentioned Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, who is one of the ancestors who's on our board of ancestors. There's so many ancestors that people have never heard of, who all of these things are building on their foundation. Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinen, Dr. John Hendrik Clark, Dr. Barbara Ann Sizemore. There's so many amazing, brilliant ancestors, and I do think that the bridge needs to be created. And even just the value of our elders. I think that that's something that is really important to heal this, almost like youth obsession that comes from Eurocentricity, where the elders aren't even valued. There would be people who could hear what Baba Hapi was saying and not even really hold and grasp the significance of honoring the ancestors and ushering them out with dignity and recognizing, no, you don't have to wither away and before your transition. I think this is very powerful, but I do think that there's more connection between the generations that would be really powerful in this age. And also recognizing that social media is a weapon. I think a lot of people consider it to be a tool, but one of the things for me that I've become very clear about is that it's a weapon, and it's okay to look at a gun and say it's a gun, right? And know what you're dealing with, because it can be a means to an end. But I think that some people are getting lost. You can go into anything with the best of intentions, but if you know, hey, this thing was created to kill, then you can operate it differently, right? Like I can take that, and if I'm gonna do it, I'm going with precision and I'm gonna shoot to kill. That's my approach and what I've had to embrace and acknowledge as a spiritual warrior coming into the digital space. So I do think we need to be more in posture as warriors online. And I think that in general, we have to stop being so naive to the technology that's being created and the ways that it's being wielded against us. And as you said, we can apply our own ammunition and shine our light and use it for what we can use it for, but recognizing, what we can't delude ourselves into thinking that it's not. Yeah. And I want to thank all of you for being here with us tonight. It has been such a pleasure. I'm so grateful to align with this lineage, to have more wisdom to move towards, and to support the work and the path that's ahead that I'm seeing for us, for Hmt Ntr Nfr-Ka Ma'at. And I also wanted to acknowledge our brother Moore, who had to transition out, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone also sees his email information that's here and website. He also told us to stay tuned for more information on the Pigment Power Conference, which is going to be February 6th and 7th. And it's in Atlanta, Georgia. So you can check that out on the website ubuntuelretorno.com. Okay, and I want to thank everyone else also who was here with us live, who asked all their questions, who's expressed their gratitude. Thank you so much for your presence, for your energy, and for valuing the content today. Sister Gail, we want to congratulate you and thank you for your work, for bringing together this beautiful documentary. And I want to allow everyone, if they want to share their parting words or anything that you want to share, that you feel like you want people to leave with after our stream tonight.
Well, the documentary brings out what it brings out simply for us as individuals to grasp it and begin our own practice. So I just ask that everyone strive in the area of food, thought, know our history, and Kemetic Yoga is an excellent way to empower yourself. That when you step off the mat, you step off with the same principles that you are striving to embody as you're going through the movements.
Well, I just want to thank Sister Gail for her relentless pursuit of excellence. I don't want to sound like a Lexus commercial, but you know, none of this would be possible if it wasn't for the fact that you put forth the effort to make it happen and you carried out your vision. So I really, really, really appreciate you and love you very much, and I'm so grateful to have you on our side.
And I throw it back at you because I would not have been able to create the documentary if all of you who are walking as sages and masters on planet Earth right now were breathing the same air you're breathing, what you do. I was able to, connect some of the dots and asked you all to be a part, and everyone said yes. And yeah, it's just incredible to me. So thank you.
Right on.
I want to co-align with that comment to Sister Gail. She has been persistent in her effort to bring the ancestors forth. And so with great gratitude, as always, I hold her in high esteem as a goddess. In the future, who brings the knowledge of us, the masters and the grandmasters as myself, so that the children of the future, your children, their children, will grow up in this knowledge and not just be a history lesson, but a live lesson in the sacredness of the power that our ancestors walked with, gave them the creativity to be the best and the most advanced society ever, and there will ever be. We thrive to become that, so that we can relive and be as they were. And then the true gratitude, the true understanding of the genius of our ancestors will shine through. And then all this will be for naught. We will have the legacy continuing in the future, multiplying among the masses. They will know of their ancestors. And then for then our ancestors will smile upon us greatly. So thank you, Sister Gail, my goddess. I keep you in high esteem, as all you other sister goddesses whose wings are getting bigger as we move forward in time.
They're an awesome team. Thank you. I receive it. Thank you.
Give thanks, Baba Hapi, Baba Yirser. Thank you so much for all of your years of service, your sacrifices that we are certain that you made to be consistent and present in lifting this path and this remembrance and this reclamation for us all. And I want to just let everyone else know who's watching that you can learn more about Tehuti Ma'at by visiting tehutimaat.org. If you want to join our ranks and become part of our membership is called the Tehuti Ma'at Militia, and we are here to bring forward and uplift the spirit of Ma'at, to express truth, and to reclaim our legacy and build the institutions that we need to liberate ourselves. So if you want to learn more about us, you can go to tehutimaat.org/about. Thank you again, everyone, for being present. Have a beautiful night.
Gratitude to everyone. Thank you. Thank you for your presence and your wisdom and your power and sharing it with all of us. Thank you all for, being present with us during this show. And gratitude to you, Sister Gail, and Baba Hapi and Baba Hotep. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Goddess. You're welcome. Let your wings become larger as time moves forward. And let your flight be effortless as you move high toward the Ra of the sun of the power. Ashe.
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 Okay.
Peace and light, family.
Peace and light.
Power.
Hotep, Hotep, Hotep.